Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the stream. My name is Robert, and this is the Magnifico Games channel. Today we're going to begin a playthrough of Myst. Sadly, I just hit my controller, and I don't know what we just did. Okay, just loaded this game right at the beginning. What was I thinking? I played Myst for the very first time, the series, about 3 years ago on stream. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And I always said that we'd return to it at some point to try out the remakes. But I didn't want to just jump straight into that after having played the other games because I would know all the solutions. I would still remember the game quite well. So here we are, several years later, and I thought we would take a look at the remakes, which I'm thoroughly looking forward to. If you enjoy these sorts of cozy streams, then I am usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time. Anywho, let's start a new game. Oh, in case you're wondering why I have a save that's here, I always do audio tests at the beginning before I stream a game to make sure the levels are appropriate. So that's all that is. Yes, I would like to start a new game. And I would like the solutions randomised, ideally. It'll be interesting to see how different the remake is to the original, at least as far as I can remember.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my Myst book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
So a few things to note. That is more or less... The dialogue was more or less the opening... I suppose it's more of a monologue. The opening monologue of the first game. It's clearly been re-recorded. I don't remember the exact dialogue precisely to see if they've tweaked it at all. But this is more or less how the first game started, except it was all just a cinematic. You didn't have this area that you could walk around in. I think it's quite clear that they've added this area, that there seems to be a boundary. They've added this area, presumably for VR, because I did note, I'm not playing it in VR, but I did note that the remake supports VR. So... you can imagine that they would be that this. I mean, I'm not quite sure how to put it. This whole scene just screams VR to me. Like the way this would be unnecessary for most games, but if you're doing a game in VR, then you need to have a physical location for the person wearing the headset to be standing, and they need to be able to look around. Hence why we've got this little room with just this invisible wall around instead of a cinematic, a more traditional cinematic. The actual opening itself is pretty confusing if you don't know anything about the series, and quite fairly clear if you do. So if you're experiencing this game for the first time now and you have no idea what's going on, that's intentional. That's what the developers want. I would say though, I don't think it's supposed to be just showing this like checkerboard here. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be showing us an image of the place that we're going. But hey ho, that's probably a technical difficulty. Hopefully we won't have too many of those. And here we are. This is a very iconic scene for those that have played the Myst series, because the graphics are obviously much nicer here than they were in the original game, but the basic layout with the ship to your right, this structure to your left, and this structure here right in front of you, and just the boards here on the little pier. Is it a pier if it's not sticking out to see? I mean, anywho, this is, you know, this is how the first game starts, and you spend quite a long time in this area. So, Myst players will no doubt remember this scene with a lot of nostalgia. I remember. So one of the things is I don't know how much of this game I'm going to recall, and I don't know how much of it I'm gonna have to work out again for the first time. I think I remember what this is for. But I'm still very much trying to work things out as I go. When I say I think I remember what it's for, I mean vaguely. I'm pretty this obviously is involved in the puzzle. This is, of course, a puzzle game. I think this is to do with some sort of combination lock, which we don't get the solution to until much later. And you'll notice there was another almost identical one here. It's just a lever on one of those little stands. I think at some point later on we find out, it's probably been randomized. I think at some point later on we find out what value those all should be, which one should be up and which one should be down. But obviously we don't know right now. No way in here? Oh no, there is. Okay. Ooh. Why did you close immediately? Hello? Oh, this is fiddly. There we go. That's interesting. Was it responding to me? Was it my movement that caused it to shut? It seems to stay open. I can move a bit. Okay. To some extent it seems to respond to my movement. The only thing I'm worried about is getting trapped in there, but I mean, Myst isn't a game where you can get yourself soft locked, so... At least so far as I recall. Oh my goodness! Geo, lovely to see you. How are you today? Okay, I could always get out that way. Now, isn't this some sort of... What is this? That's the night sky, isn't it? I think. Or is it? I'm surviving, thank you for asking. How are you? Right, I need the correct date to enter into this, I think. Before it will do anything. Oh my goodness, it's an Avon raid! I'm blessed. How are you, Avon? How'd your stream go? How have you been? For those that don't know me, I'm Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are starting a playthrough of the remake of Myst. I did the original Myst about 3 years ago, and now we are checking out the remake, because I think it's been enough time that I should have forgotten enough of it that it'll be a challenge again. You're very welcome, Avon. Hang on. Push, interact, exit, move slider, change selection. Ah, I see. Ah, there's this thing. Oops. Sorry, the controls are still new to me. Ah, that's how that works. I get it, I get it, I get it. That took me a while. So if I do that, and it moves. So yeah, this is looking through time, I think, in some way. So we'll need to find a date for that. I should probably start writing this down. I'll call the things we found earlier lever stands, need combination. And this I'll call the observatory. Need a date. How have things been? I'm surviving. Mental health up and down, as you know, but I'm surviving. I hope you're doing well. Why to take a picture? I don't think the original game had that. Oh, that turns something, doesn't it? Which can help us find a combination somehow. If I recall correctly. Hang on. Are the things that are drawn on that map precisely the things where the levers have been pulled? Is that how it works? Or pushed? I want to see if that map changes now that I've moved that. Thank you, Avon. I appreciate that. So this is a puzzle game. Feel free to play along with me. Yes! That is what that does. Myst in particular is mostly about observation and experimentation. So you saw there how I made a note about, how there are these lever things that we can interact with. And then later on I found a map and... Okay, I've played the game before, so... Well, I played the original of this game before, so I did have a bit of an advantage. But then when I found this, I then, you know, conjectured, I wonder if they're connected, and they are. I remember this place. The rocket. Can I get in there right now? I'm not sure. No. Definitely doing better than I was. That's good. A change in the right direction then. Or a... Or not being in such a bad place. I don't remember what this is about. Okay. Well, your guess is as good as mine. You can see that there's a sunken model ship here in this well. And you'll note that it's the same design as this ship here. I am fairly certain there is a way we can drain the water in here, and then this ship rises up out of the water and then we can go on it. But I haven't the foggiest how we do that. I've completely forgotten how that works. And I don't know what these are about either. So we'll just have to figure that out as we go. Right, as you can see, more and more is being added. Any markings on the ship where the sails are? Symbols? I don't think there's anything like that. No. It's a good question. You have to bear in mind that the original version of the game, of which this is a fairly direct remake, I believe, didn't let you move around freely like this in 3D. It was all pre-rendered. So you could only like look. So when you were moving around in the original, you'd be like standing here, and then you'd click to the side, and you would turn 90 degrees, and you'd click to the side, and you'd turn 90 degrees. Not smoothly like that either. I think it just jumped. And the same with moving forward. You'd be standing here, and you'd say move forwards, and then you'd teleport to here, and so on. My point being, they wouldn't have like hidden details on tiny little. They're unlikely to have put details onto tiny little bits of the ship because you couldn't move around freely like you can here to zoom in on one part of it. It's certainly an adjustment. You don't live with a cat for 12 years and then be unaffected by a passing. Just gotta keep going. Oh, even. I understand, and yeah, it's tough. It's sad. I'm sorry for your loss. Is there any way to move the ship? Not directly. I'm pretty sure we have to... Again, so, as I say, I played the original about 3 years ago, so I'm in that state where I, like, half remember things. I'm pretty sure getting the ship out of the water is something to do with this well, but I don't remember what. Up here on the left, there are some broken pillars. Maybe look from above it. Okay, in a moment. This is a generator room, isn't it? From what I recall. And there's some way to get the generator working? Hang on, the controls are really messing with me. There we go. Right, they've both gone up by 10 when I click that button. Both gone up by 1. Both gone up by 7, etc. Are they always exactly the same? Probably. So I think this is probably just there's a number that we need to hit, and we just don't know what that number is yet. So when I say this is a game about observation, this is exactly what I mean. The whole island is littered with little puzzles. And generally speaking, you will solve a puzzle and then suddenly it will give you a clue to another puzzle. So in this case, again, because I half remember things, I think somewhere there is a puzzle that we solve that then gives us a number, and then we enter the number into that generator, and I think that's what gives power to the rocket over here, if I remember correctly. It's been some time. Can you hop in the well? I don't think so, no. Again, the original game didn't have jumping. It was all, it was first person, but point and click. Hey, Prince Alex, lovely to see you. How are you today? So what were you saying, Geo? Here on the left, there's some rope right next to the pillars. Pillars? Right? Rope. Rope. I don't know which direction I was looking at. Oh, you mean here? That's conveying power. That's how the original game, and I suppose the remake, was trying to help the player make a link between this location and if you follow the wires to the rocket. That's how players would have known, oh, when I complete whatever puzzle's over here, that's where I need to go next. They're power cables. On the well, look left. Okay. Now on the right, if you look straight at the ship. Was there something on the door? I think there was a symbol. Oh my goodness! It's a pengy! Oh, it's been some time. How are you? Just noticed that you were playing Myst. Hope you're doing well. Just wanted to drop by and say hi. Well, it's a pleasure to see you as always. I hope you're doing alright. Genuinely. Yeah, it's been about 3 years since I played the original Myst. But that's how, I'm fairly certain that's how Pengy and I first were introduced. I think he started attending some of my Myst streams. I think that's how we first met. Yeah, it's been about 3 years, and I figured, hey, why not give the remake a go? And that's what I'm doing. Yeah, up there. You look straight at that hill. What, over here? Or is this the wrong direction? Just fine. Joining from my phone. Okie dokie. Everything going alright? In general, I mean? Is that a plug in a volcano? Oh, that. No. Good question though. I think that's some sort of tower that we can get inside if I recall correctly. And you see this device here. This is again me half remembering things from when I played before. This is how we... This knob here is a way that we can turn it. That's... Hang on. I'm taking it the fact that it went red there meant it did something. The controls are a bit skew whiff. There we go. So now I've turned it around and we can probably see the other side of the thing. Which honestly doesn't look that different. But that I'm pretty sure is rotated. I think there's a way through here. I'm not sure how. But it would let us inside. Notice that a lot of these books have been burnt. Oh. I mean, I can read the books if you'd like. I was honestly wondering if one of these books you pull it out and suddenly you can move through or something. If it's one of those situations. Maybe I'm better with keyboard and mouse. The problem is it's making me use WASD. It doesn't support rebinding the movement, and I don't usually use WASD, so neither option I'm particularly happy with. Some of these might have clues though. Interesting. This is clearly a clue to a puzzle at some point. This is also a clue to some sort of puzzle. Okay, well, we'll have to remember this. I can't really be bothered to copy all of this out in my notes, since there's pages and pages and pages and pages of it. But, I guarantee this is the clue to some sort of puzzle. Yeah, doing just fine, thanks for asking. Why red? Oh, why red what? If you look at the dots on the map, the lower line under the first dot is the location I was talking about. If you look at the dots on the map, the lower line under the first dot here is the location I was talking about. Oh, have a lovely lurk, Avon. The one with the planks just isn't the one on the left, just before you exit the building you're on right now. Hey Alexu, lovely to see you. Over here? Is this what you're referring to? The observatory place? The 8 circles that are 4 above and 4 above 4, the lower 4 under the first one. It's hard to explain it. Oh, here. Yeah, this. Yes, that is here. That's the same location. And we can prove that because I can turn this off and it will disappear from the map. There we go, and it's gone. Yes, that's correct. You have interpreted that correctly. What else do we have? There's this location. Hello. Well, that's weird, isn't it? A tree growing out of a hole in the ground. I vaguely remember there's something we do with that, but again, it's been some time. See, there's the tree that's coming out of a hole in the ground. Okay, PSI, so that's pressure. Pounds per square inch. But the valve isn't doing anything. Okay. Now, I mean, can you try reach the one under the lower left circle? That needs a combination. We don't yet have... That's just a safe. We need a combination for that. I think they may have moved the location of that safe. I may be going completely bonkers, but my vague recollection of... My vague recollection of the original game was that that safe was on that wall, not this one. Could be wrong. And I think the mechanism was slightly different. I reached it. Okie dokie. Hang on, did I... Yeah, this is where I just was. Did I close that door? Or did it close? It closed on its own. Okay. That's not concerning at all. Thank you, Alexu. Right. Let's have a quick look through some of these books, shall we? I've called this age Channelwood, and it is a very different world. Though it is exactly how I imagined it, it is still amazing to see it with my own eyes. Water covers this age as far as I can see, except for a small rocky island. Elsewhere, there are only trees which grow directly out of the water. A myriad of thin wooden passageways are built just above the water and disappear into the forest. I assume they were built some time ago, for they appear aged. I am eager to discover more about this land and its people, but I've arrived here late and I must rest. Melee mode is so funny. Every single time it has me laughing. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy it. Lovely to see you, Jeezy. How are you? We're doing some puzzling today. I've got Myst up. I was awakened this morning by strange noises coming from a pathway adjacent to the one on which I had slept. I saw a group of monkey-like people heading in my direction. They had not seen me yet. I did not feel threatened by their presence. Their response to me was one that I would have never expected. After staring at me for a short time, they fell to their knees and began what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial worship. I tried to speak to them, but they did not understand my language. Instead, they indicated through enthusiastic hand motions that I was to follow them. Oh, blimey, a free stream streak. Thank you. Let me actually write down the name of the ages. So this is Channelwood. Again, I'm using some of my knowledge from the first time I played the game, but slight spoiler. This place that is being described here, we will be able to visit in the future. As we walked, I began to notice that the waters below us were changing colours. Slowly, subtly, they would change from deep blue to muddy orange, then from muddy orange to beautifully clear. I was so intrigued by the water, I hardly noticed that we had arrived at a ladder. Climbing the ladder led us to their village, which is about 10 metres above the water and can only be reached by rope ladders that stretch from the lower paths to the village level approximately halfway up the grand trees. It is very interesting watching these people carry out their daily tasks. Even after watching them for hours, I did not understand exactly what they were doing. At sunset, they motioned for me to follow them. I followed the creatures to the doorway of an enormous hut. Strangely, once inside, I found that the hut appeared even larger than it had from the outside. The walls were garnished with bright metals, and in the centre of the hut, the leader of these people. At least he appeared to be their leader, for he sat a metre off the floor in a thick throne. Guards surrounded the strong creature, who was dressed in many exotic colourful fabrics. Next to the leader sat a very old human. At least to some extent he appears human. His hair, which was only on his face and head, was completely grey, almost white, and hung very long around his frail body. His thin head hung limply by an almost grotesque neck that could not hold its head up to look at me. But what a surprise! This creature could speak my language. Shortly thereafter I was given a bed with some hand motions that looked to be telling me to go to sleep. I look forward to learning more. Why is Friday the 13th not so lucky? It's a superstition, Alexu, stemming from various historical beliefs rather than any verifiable misfortune. As I suspected, the ancient creature is a human, but he is old beyond his own reckoning and seems almost insane. However, the tree dwellers almost revere him as a god. They are treating me now in the same fashion, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. It is almost impossible to understand the old man. His voice is feeble but wild. He has adopted much of the language of the tree dwellers. He himself told me he had not spoken our own tongue in ages. He attempted to explain to me the history of this place. The following is my best translation of what he has told me. Many years ago, the humans and tree dwellers lived together in this place, which was then a vast island. They interacted very little. The humans dwelt on the ground, and the tree dwellers lived high above the humans. Occasionally, the island was disturbed by mysterious rumblings which happened randomly, some sort of tectonic or volcanic action, I suspect. The sometimes slight, sometimes heavy tremors would only last a short time, then they would stop, allowing everything to return to normal. One day things changed. The rumbling began and grew quickly to unprecedented levels. Soon it became apparent that the entire island was sinking slowly into the ocean around them. Many of the humans died that day, but not before sacrificing themselves in order to stop the sinking of the island. The humans who lived through this catastrophe moved into the trees where they gradually died out, maybe because they were unequipped for such an environment, but I am not sure. This is the story the old man communicated to me, although many details are very unclear on my mind. I'm especially confused as to how humans saved the island from completely sinking. In fact, I doubt the accuracy of that part of the story. The island must have stopped on its own, yet the old man believes in the truth of the story as if he had been there, and the tree dwellers worship him, and apparently all humans, as if they were heroes or gods. The old man ended our conversation today with an event which I will never forget. He began gripping my hands tightly, murmuring something about rest and asleep. He then said, "We'd expected you to come sooner." These actions filled me with a sort of immediate dread. With much effort he stood to his feet. I tried to help, but he pushed me away with more force than I imagined his frail body contained. The tree dwellers quietly surrounded him with very solemn faces. They then kneeled before him. He walked at each and placed his hand on their heads. All the while he murmured words which I did not understand. Finally he turned to me and smiled. Then he closed his eyes and walked out the door and off the narrow path high in the trees. The tree dwellers were silent. They began a procession down the nearest rope ladder. As I was descending I saw several of them pick up the body. He had fallen onto a lower level of walkway and carry it away. It was laying down at the dead end of a short pier-like structure. With the use of some potion, one of the tree dwellers lit the pyre on fire, and I watched as the flames engulfed him. As this strange funeral proceeded, the waters around the pier changed to dull green. This morning I awoke, finding it hard to even believe the previous evening's events. The water is a dull green for as far as I can see now. For some reason the water no longer shifts colour. As I wander throughout the pathways, the creatures watch me, curious to see what I'll do next. They're constantly offering me strange objects of affection. I even found food outside the doorway to the room in which I had slept. This is a unique race of beings. I hope to learn their language soon so that I may learn from them. I have lived on this world for 3 months off and on, and the tree dwellers have shown great hospitality. I'm even beginning to learn bits of their language. I've decided to return home for an extended stay with my loving wife and sons, and hopefully return with them. However, I'm sure Catherine will once again refuse. I think this age will be a wonderful experience for them all, and I at least look forward to how Sirius and Akanar will react to curious inhabitants. Those names are important. They will come up again. Catherine is staying behind as expected. My sons have returned with me, and they enjoy the age very much. They get along very well with the tree dwellers and are picking up their language surprisingly fast. I've no doubt that it will not be too long until they can speak with the tree dwellers much better than myself. I'm leaving tomorrow to check on the Osmian age. Sirius has suggested that I allow him and his brother to stay. Though the idea unsettles me, I know the boys are growing up rapidly. The hospitality of these creatures is such that I could not think of a better place. Hang on. It's such that I could think of no better place to leave them alone for a short while, so I'll consent to their request. I warned the boys not to take advantage of the respect the tree dwellers have for their ideas. They seem to understand my warning. I have faith they will follow it. Much to my dismay, upon arriving in Everdunes, I learned that Pran and her people are continuing to be menaced by the Choctic. I fear for their survival and plan on returning to her shortly after checking on Sirius and Akanar here. See Everdunes Journal for more information. After watching Sirius and Akanar, I see they are handling things very well. I think I can put a rest to any fears about leaving them in Channelwood again. Sorry, this does go on a while. I was looking... I did fully intend to read all this to you, but let me know if you want me to, because I don't know if you want me to be reading this much. But I will certainly carry on looking through these books for, ahaha, this is the sort of thing we want to see. Diagrams that may help us. Hello? We've seen that symbol on one of the... We've seen both these symbols before, actually. I'll show you exactly where we've seen those symbols, if the game will let me move. Over here. There's a different symbol, but still. One of these is it. There we go. Question is, what do I do with that? Just because I know the symbol here matches the symbol in the book. I mean, it lets me map it to a constellation, but on its own, that's not that useful. Ahahaha! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what is that? That's D sharp. I should write this down so I don't forget it. We have D sharp. We have that's gonna be G, I think. Yeah. G is 2. Then we have F sharp is 3. Then we have C sharp, D sharp. Okay. That's going to be the solution to something, I'm certain. And we've already seen that book. Alrighty. Unfortunately, I don't know where the keyboard is, so hang on. Yeah, we've seen that in a diagram before, haven't we? Can I lower this from this side? Yes, and then we end up with one of these grids. Ah! That's a lot like the grid from the book, isn't it? An awful lot like the grid from the book. Okay. Does this let me out? It does. Well, the only problem then is how do I know which number we need? Well, that's still progress. Once again, you're all welcome to Theorycraft with me. This is going to need some sort of time. As you can see, when I move this, it moves the hands on the clock. So that wants some sort of time. Unfortunately, I feel like I need to make a breakthrough with one of these puzzles, or we're not going to get anywhere. Beautifully made books, aren't they? Oh, hello. Okay then. Well, that's progress. Yes. Excellent. Library? Okay. Don't seem to be able to do anything here. Okay, okay. And I can't leave right now. What happens if I click this again? Nothing. And that undoes it. Okay. Oh. The book just took a page.
Serious? Is that you? A seal? You was looking off. You must help me. Bring me a red page.
So that's Cirrus and that's Akanar, I believe. You'll remember those were the author of that book's sons. Okay, let me line that up with that one. This is the map, and we're rotating the thing that's on top here. Now let's open up the passageway. I don't know that this is going to work, incidentally. But it might work. So let's try it. Right, now am I able to use this? No. Okay. Why not? Or do I just close this? Ah. There we go. That's what I was missing before. Okay. Tower. Alright. That seems helpful, doesn't it? Whatever this is. Let's make a copy of it. So we have a key. And we have 11:45. That will probably let me... Do you remember there was that clock that needed a time inserted? That's probably where it will be used. Oh my goodness, Mike! Lovely to see you. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. And yourself? How have you been? See, this slit is pointing towards the part of the map that I turned it towards using that thing earlier. What's it called? The... Oh, my brain's not working. The turny thing. The knob. I just got home from errands, so eating some breakfast and chilling. Oh, I see. Errands before breakfast. Oh, it's lovely for you to join us. What's for breakfast today, if you don't mind my asking? Right, that's another point I've aligned it with. Let's try this again. See what we get. And it's changed. Still aligned with the key though. Right, November 23rd. 9791 6:57 p.m. January 13th 3802 8. Oh, tall boy, lovely to see you. How have you been? Don't mind me, I'm just noting all this down because we'll surely need this later. 10:56 a.m. Right, I've got all that copied out. Hello, tall boy. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. I hope you're well. This game is a throwback indeed. Did you play the original? I played the originals about 3 years ago, and now I'm giving the remake a look. Fantastic games, incidentally. That's lined up. Let's go again. A little, but my mother was all about it. Yeah, that does kind of make sense. Because the Myst and especially its sequel Riven were incredibly successful. I think Riven at the time when it came out held the record for the most successful video game ever released for quite a long time. It was eventually surpassed. No surprises there, but that was back in the 90s, I think. It would have been the 90s. What am I talking about? But yeah, I thoroughly recommend the Myst series if you fancy some puzzle games. They really are good. Can I line this up with anything else? Yes. I can line it up with the spaceship. Okay. Let's give this a look then. Again, part of the reason why I'm doing this comparatively quickly is because, as I say, I half remember doing this from 3 years ago. So I'm making links which people might otherwise not be so likely to make. Oh, 41 volts. That's significant. Do you remember earlier we were in that generator room and I did say that we're going to need to enter a certain number, but we don't know what that number is? That'll be it. So we've actually done very well out of this. Sorry, I'm just noting down because I've added a lot to our notes just now. And I'm just noting down what structures are all aligned with. Ah, that's the tree thing, isn't it? The tree and the safe. So I now know what everything corresponds to, I think. I've not only noted all that down, but I know what it corresponds to as well. Okay, let's see if we can unlock some stuff. Hello? Why are you not... There we go. Excellent, excellent. So what I'm wondering is if the 428, could that be the combination I need for the for the safe here. 428? Four, 2, and 8. Yay! Wait, ignite? Oh, I think that's for the... That's for this. Oh, and it is ignited. Oh, so actually if I go out here, you'll see this tree is there. I assume if I turn up the setting on the valve, the pressure will rise there. We'll see the PSI going up. Yeah, you can see the PSI going up. Majestic, isn't it? I've forgotten what the point to this is. Oh well. Oh, hello. No! Too far! Too far! Turn it back, turn it back. Okay, I probably didn't want it all the way off. Yep, that'll do. Actually, I hope I haven't just trapped myself. In retrospect, this may not have been the best plan. Oh, thank goodness. One more? Yes! I'm not trapped. Where am I? I don't actually remember this space. Ah, that will let me send it back up, I assume? Is that what that does? Yes. Okay, good. Good. Alrighty. Can I get down there? I can't. What have we found? Beautiful graphics, isn't it? Oh, a linking book. I think this is a graphical bug. I don't think that's supposed to be a checkerboard. I think that's supposed to show... I think I'm supposed to be able to see into the world there that we're about to travel. Because as you're about to find out, linking books let you teleport. Oh well, I'll tick this one off because we have successfully found the linking book from the tree. You know, earlier when I was reading the Channel Wood book and I said, hey, there's a good chance we're going to end up here. I think this is actually Channel Wood. So the island's sinking, as we read, and there's all the structures in the trees. Oh my goodness, it's an Olivia! Hello, Olivia. How have you been? Lovely to see you. And yes, it is Myst. This is the Myst remake, isn't it beautiful? Tall boy! Oh, that was it. It was something to do with the pipes, wasn't it? I could redirect the way they flow or something? Again, I played Myst originally about 3 years ago. So I'm in this weird liminal space where I half remember things, but not fully. I played this once, and I, for some reason, thought that swamp creatures were gonna get me. The remake or the original? Ah, this probably doesn't have power. No, but if it were powered, it would take us up the top. Original, I'm sure. They were so good, weren't they? Interesting. Something else I can power, presumably. It was point and click. Yep, that would be the original. You weren't smart enough to figure it out, so you've never finished Myst then? How much do you know? White water flowing. Right, so this is all water powered then. Oh, I finished it, just not by myself. Oh, okay. So this is telling me which direction it's cutting water off from then, because it's crossing the path. So currently the water's flowing this way then. Yes. I don't know if that helps us though. But that's fine. Right, we'll head this way. I'll send the water this way. And I'll send the water this way. There may have been no point to that. I'll be honest. That's okay, we're experimenting, we're learning. Okay, so I can send the water this way. And now presumably it heads over here? So this should have power now. I don't know what it does, but it should have power. Ah, excellent. We've gained access to a new area. Before we explore that, let me just check. What were my other options? Where else could I have sent that power? Anywhere useful? Possibly. There's quite a few places actually. So I could have sent it here, which would have been pointless because it would just go. It would just be drained. Where else? Oh, so people are aware. You are welcome to Theorycraft with me. Right, sending some water there would be a good idea. I think it would allow us to get up the top. This would be pointless. The fireflies. Oh yeah, green fireflies. It's magical, isn't it? They did do a really good job of the graphics. Oops. There we go. I wonder if can I access the album from here? Is it part of the notebook? It is the notebook. There we go. I did not know they remade this. Yep, they remade it, and they also remade the sequel, Riven. I don't know if you played Riven, but Riven's better than Myst. For those that aren't aware, Myst ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, and Riven starts you off in the exact same room that you finish Myst in a few seconds later. So one really does continue from the other. Oh my goodness. if you can, you really should play it. Riven. So, Myst is a fantastic game, but unfortunately, Riven took the ideas from Myst and improved upon them so much that it makes Myst look like a tech demo. Telescopic pipe. What was I saying? Yeah, Riven is peak Myst. They did make a bunch of games after that, and like if you like your Myst style puzzle games, they're good, but they're not as good as Riven was. Riven was when the series reached its best, in my opinion. Ooh, I might have to reconsider replaying. I was going to send water here, wasn't I? I think. Or had I already done that and concluded it didn't do anything of use? I think I'd already done that and concluded it didn't do anything of use. Yeah. This doesn't do anything. Yet. I think it will later in the game. But the remakes are on Steam, and the originals, if you're willing to look around, can still be acquired. I've not... Obviously, this is my first time doing the remake of Myst, and I've not done the remake of Riven, although I own it. So I can't vouch for the remakes, but I can say that the original Riven is truly fantastic. Oh, did I? I did. I cut the water off where I wanted it. I'd just as soon play the remakes. Up we go. I'd enjoy watching that. Assuming I was able. Why did that not work? This should have power now. Oh, that's probably why. Yay! Progress. So like I say, I think this is the Channel Wood age, based on what we were reading in that book. Goodness me. What a view. Okay. Yeah, my problem is I'm very not consistent. You mean with your streaming times? That's okay. Very small building, isn't it? It does genuinely just seem to be a dead end, though. Ooh, pottery. Very fine pottery. Goodness me. Imagine actually being here. You wouldn't be very confident about the wood, would you? Not giving way under your weight. Given all the boards that are missing. Now this is where in theory a map would help, and I'm pretty sure we did find a map of this area in one of the books. But I will attempt to just to wing it. I wouldn't be. Hey Tato, lovely to see you. How are you today? Alrighty then. This way, I suppose? Okay. This place is very beautiful, but there seem to be a lot of dead ends. Well, I mean, who am I to criticise, though? This is someone's village, isn't it? I'm just walking around in their village saying, nowhere goes anywhere. It's all just dead ends. I'm doing alright. Head hurts because too much coffee. Oh, Tato, you poor thing. I'm sorry to hear that. Ah. This is a shortcut. Doesn't have any power, but that's not ideal, actually. Can I not open this from this side? No, I can't. Okay, we will have to look at this at some later point, I suppose. Oh, hang on. Yeah, definitely doesn't work. That's gonna need power. Which is fine. We'll look into that anon. Okay, what do we have over here? Oh my goodness. Have I gone back on myself? I think I have. Hold on, I'm just going to have a bit of a explore. Right, that's where we came from just a moment ago. So perhaps this way we've not properly explored yet? I must have missed something, either walked past something without realising that it was something, or just not found the way somewhere, because we don't seem to have found anything we can do anything with, if you see what I mean, like anything that would lead to progress. Interesting. Okay. If I can find my way back down, there was at least one other direction we could have explored. Hey Vio, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're well. Unfortunately, this is one of the games where if I tab out, the sound stops, which I don't like, but there we are. Ooh. There we go. Actually, this is my second time playing Myst. I played the... Interesting. I played the original Myst games about 3 years ago, and this is my first time doing the remakes. And I have randomised the puzzle solutions. So I'm a bit of a liminal space where I sort of half remember things, but not fully. Like right now I am genuinely stuck. I'm sure I'll figure it out, but at this exact point in time I am not entirely sure how I proceed. I remember something about having to reach a particular hut, and then... or there being puzzles involved in reaching a particular hut, and then there being something there that was useful. But I mean... that's pretty vague, and that's the best I got. What have you been playing recently, if you don't mind my asking? I noticed that you do retro, which is a fairly broad category. Right, this is how we got up here, isn't it? Down we go. There is method here. There was at least one other direction where we could have sent power and haven't yet. Oh, ad break. Okay, I'll redirect the power during the ad break, but then I'll wait for people. Was this where I had to send it? Yes, it was. Hopefully the bridge extension is still there. Even after I removed the power that raised it. Yes, I think it is still here. Yes, this is it. So we still have access to this area, which is good. Very good. And here we are. Right, I'll refrain from going up here until we're back from ads. Where were we? A German game from 1993, the Telecommando returns. A small game about being an employee of the German Telecom where you need to help a customer and solve puzzles. That is very interesting. I've never heard of that one. Are you of the German persuasion yourself, if you don't mind my asking? Or do you speak German? It was a free game given away as part of an ad campaign. What, for Telecom? I sure am, yes. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, as I say. I'm afraid I don't speak German myself. But yeah, what a concept. I remember when I was growing up that we used to be able to get video games in cereal boxes sometimes. Like they would, Kellogg's for example, would make games like Mission Nutrition, and then they would just put CDs in cereal boxes that you could get as prizes. I miss those days. Those were a million ads. Oh, Tato. I hung about a bit though, so you wouldn't miss anything. All I did was reroute the power. Ah, I think that's the thing we're looking for, actually. No. That's just going to take us back. Incidentally, I am 99% sure this is bugged. I don't think that... I've said this before every time we found a linking book. I don't think that is supposed to be a grid. I'm pretty sure that is supposed to be showing us the place we're going to turn up at. So that's slightly disappointing. In the sense that I'm glad we found our way. I'm glad we found... Hold on, I'll check if this goes where I think it goes. I think we're going to find ourselves in that underground cave again. I'm glad that we found the way out, but at the same time... That doesn't help us solve the area. Found our way back from Channelwood. It was... Oh, it didn't actually put us where I thought it would. I mean, this is fine too. Oh, that is 100% a bug. I played this on Steam too, and yeah, it's a bug. It goes back to Myst. On stream too. Oh, so you had the same bug? Hang on, I'm just because I was at the bottom and then I got taken up to the and then I teleported back. I think I need to do this again. So we need to just wait till the thing appears again. The little alcove. And I need to run back, turn the gas off, and then get back in here. Right. Oh no, I didn't, but I know where it goes because I had the videos. Ah, with you. Yeah, I'm really disappointed about that bug. It's suboptimal. No, don't get stuck. There we go. Can also highly recommend the Riven remake. That's probably what I'll do next. Riven, I played all the Myst games up to I think 5. I think the only Myst game I didn't play was, what was it? Euro something Ages, which was like their attempt at an MMO, wasn't it? Something like that. That was the only one I didn't do. And yeah, Riven was the peak. Riven was the best Myst game they made, in my opinion, apart from the one that I never played, which I can't comment on. Uru Ages Beyond Myst. That was it. I have been told you can get it working on modern systems. Been playing Uru since 2004. Oh, do you still play it? That's interesting. How is it? I know I had tentatively said I would play it at some point, but then I never... It just never happened. I feel like getting through here is going to be the key. It's different from this. The setting is very different, but it's not bad. How does the online stuff work? Because I seem to remember hearing something about players make their own ages or something like that. Which is one of those promises which sounds really amazing, but you do have to wonder what it's like in practice, if you see what I mean. Yep, you can make your own ages. Oh, I can zoom. Huh. Okay, so I do need to figure out what's going on here. I'm fairly certain there's going to be at least one blue or red page around here somewhere, and I just haven't found the thing. But sadly the on version is very empty. There's people on during events, but that's it. Oh, that's interesting. What sort of events and how frequently? Because that would suggest that if I want to give the game a look, that's when I should play it. Ah, that's opened the thing. Remember when I went over to that area and we couldn't open the door? I think that's gone and done it. No idea. I don't keep up with it. But there's sites like the one of the Guild of Messengers that is a calendar. Okay. That's good to know. Yes, this has opened it. Good. Very good. I think this is probably the solution to the age, as it were. Each age has like a series of puzzles that ultimately lead to you solving it. The crucial point is I can now open this shortcut, which is more than just a shortcut because it means that I can redirect the power and I'll still be able to get up the top. Okay, what I mean is, normally when you first enter this age in its initial state, you need to move the power in a specific direction in order that you're able to get up the top. Having a shortcut that lets you get up the top without redirecting the power is a big deal, because it means you can put the power to use elsewhere and still be able to get up the top and benefit from things having power up top, if that makes sense. What I'm saying is I'm one step closer to having this set of puzzles solved. I'm assuming this is what's been given power. Yes. Right. Excellent. So, unless I've missed something that was earlier on, I think this is going to take us to the end of the puzzles for this section. Oh, blimey. We are high up, aren't we? There's more here than I appreciated. Right, can I come in here? Yes. Don't want to fall down there, would you? A dagger and a bottle of, I presume, wine. I'm pretty sure that would identify which of the sons had been in here. But I don't remember enough about them to be sure. Oh, a red page. That's Cirrus, I think. One thing I don't remember is, do I have to return all the pages in order to complete the game? Or is there a reason I wouldn't want to? Vault access, something of Myst. It is very plain view on Myst, and access can be if the simple load. First locate switches on the island. These switches go to the garden, the marker switch, off position. That's not very useful. Can I take a screenshot? Thank you. If I find the other half of that, well, we may be able to get somewhere. You need all the pages. I do. Okay, thank you. That is good information. I do remember the like twist at the end of the game, which I will not spoil for people that are seeing this for the first time. But I just wasn't sure whether all the pages were necessary or not. Okay. Is that a... Why are there spikes? That's concerning. Is that some giant trap? I don't know what that is. This is Myst. It's actually the remake of Myst. It's not the original. It was... What year did it come out? They came out in the 90s. Well, not all the Myst games did, but the first two did. When they came out, they were Myst 1, Myst, which was just called Myst, and the sequel, Riven. They were some of the most successful video games that were ever released. They really, really were huge hits of the time, and they're puzzle games. Oh, originally in 1993, thank you, for the Mac, and 1995 for Windows. And we're solving puzzles. Essentially the premise of the game... Oh, there's a door here, that's what I was missing. Essentially the premise of the game is that you've suddenly found yourself in a strange land that you've never been before, and you're wandering around trying to figure out how to get things to work so that you can, you know, do anything, because otherwise you're just trapped. And then you start finding documents, things that have been written down that tell you about this family's life. And you learn more and more about their life and the things that they got up to over time. What was the point in that? Why bother having two ways round here unless I was supposed to solve a puzzle to get to this side, if you see what I mean? That's a bit strange. Noted, this sort of game was very new in '93. People were really enthralled in it, especially non-gamers. Yeah. So, there are some games that I grew up playing. Oh, there's the red page. Not red page. Picked up that. The blue page. That's what I meant to say. What was I thinking? There are games that I've grown up playing and I consider to be some of my all-time favourite games. And then there's a few games very few that I have played in recent years, which mostly means streaming. That's where I do most of my gaming now. Where I've played them and I've loved them so much that they've ended up on like my list of all-time favourite games. And jointly, Myst and Riven being the sequel to Myst, they're on that list. They are up there. There's only one other game off the top of my head I can think of, maybe two actually, that I have streamed, and they are so good that I consider them like all-time favourites. So, how does this thing work? Well, found Sirius's messages, but I didn't hear anything. Is this a bug? Is this supposed to be playing something and just isn't? Like this was all about exploring and puzzling, not dying. Yeah, it's a bug you're having. Ah, why? Why is the game like this? Hold on. The only thing I can think is I could swap Proton version. That would mean a very short amount of downtime. The only reason I'm tempted to do this right... Yeah. Let's... I won't be long. We'll save. But I'll be here the whole time. You can talk to me. We'll save and we'll... Oh, I see. That's how it works. I'll save. And then we'll see if I can't do something about the bugs. The only thing I can think to try is change the compatibility settings and tell it to use Proton Experimental, and hope that does it. Thank you, Alexu. Oh, I will look into doing that other regime that someone suggested. Was it Prince Alex? Yeah, try switching Proton. So incidentally, I've already swapped Proton version. I'm just waiting for the game to start now. To be fair, I probably should have checked what version it was on by default. It might have already been on Proton Experimental. What did I do? That's a redeem. It lasts 1 minute. Just waiting for the game now. This isn't an infinite loop, is it? Nope, we're good. Okay, load. Yes, load. Right, has that done anything? Has anything been fixed? Yes! So that must be the language of the tree people. Not that I see any tree people.
I hope I pushed the right button, my dear brother.
That's Akanar, isn't it?
What a very interesting device you have here. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? Remember, he is preparing. Take only one page, my dear brother.
Well then. Take one page, my dear brother. Cirrus this is. Well, it was both brothers, wasn't it? The second was the second one Cirrus and the first one Achenar. Ah, that's right then. Okay, thank you. Well, we've got the pages. So the only thing to do now is leave. Which shouldn't be a problem. Wait, so was the other room... I assumed that was the bedroom of Cirrus, so the other one was the bedroom of Achenar, was it? No, it would be the other way round. That must have been Achenar's bedroom, which Cirrus went into, and the other one must have been Cirrus's bedroom. So they had bedrooms that were above all the other tree people's homes, it would seem. Oh, also cool thing, the remake has Rime, an age that they made in 2000 for Real Myst as a test of their new 3D engine. Oh! So I've never seen that before then. That's going to be interesting then. I'm going to be shoved into an age I have zero knowledge of. Hopefully, the power's going to go the right way, because I think it should all be routed correctly. And they completely remade it for this remake. I love how it looks. A carrot's good for eyes, Frosty. Oh, that's a myth from the Blitz, isn't it? No, not the Blitz specifically, but it was World War II, wasn't it? It was British bombers they told, eat your carrots, wasn't it? Hang on, I've done something stupid here. I'll have to check where I've diverted the power to and correct that. Carrots are indeed beneficial for eye health, containing vitamin A. The popular notion of them granting superior night vision, however, is largely a myth. Yeah, vitamin A is important to the eyes. So if you had a vitamin A deficiency, that would mean you couldn't see very well. To that extent, it's true. But for most people that don't have a vitamin A deficiency, eating carrots is going to do nothing for your eyes. What is a very popular myth? A very popular myth, Alexu, is the notion that humans can use only 10% of their brain. I didn't know people believed that. Doesn't that come from something like, and this may not be exactly right, but like only 10% of your neurons are in use at any given time or something? But of course that has nothing to do with only using 10% of your brain. That would be just the natural state of the brain. It would be like saying, not all the paths of silicon on my CPU are in use simultaneously, so I'm not getting all I can out of my CPU. Well, no, it doesn't work like that. Ah, okay. We don't want to send it this way. Hold on, I thought this was going to be easier than it is. I actually need to pay attention here. Right, it's already gone the wrong way. Down this way, I assume? Then over there. Yes. Right. I believe we can leave this age now. The RAM is 10%. I mean, my brain uses less than 5% of its power at all times. If even that. Sounds very efficient. Sounds very restful. Very energy efficient. My buddy Eric got poked in the eye with a carrot and lost eyesight, hence proving that carrots are actually harmful for the eyes. Potato. How do I get this thing back down though? Here? Yep, that seems to be doing it. Yep, that's me. Rightio. Going up. Oh. Ignore that. Going up. Oh, it's so beautiful here. Huzzah! Right, has the other bug fixed? Yes! Although that's not the image I was expecting to see. The movie was Lucy, I believe, the one with Morgan Freeman. Did I miss something? I'm not following you, Alexu. Right, okay. So I'll put another tick by the tree. That is the tree that goes up and down using pressure, because we've not only have we managed to locate the linking book, but we've now completed that age. Ooh. Ah, that's Cirrus, isn't it?
You must continue to help.
That looks funky in VR.
You've returned. I thought you wouldn't return. Yes, to rescue me.
One notable difference from the original game is in the original game they actually used real film footage. Like the two game developers filmed themselves playing these characters, and they had some like very low resolution, low frame rate video that they played. Whereas they've clearly drawn these characters this time round. The sci-fi movie, which was focused on how using more brain would make you a god. There's a Star Trek episode that's loosely based on that idea. The movie was awful. The last popular about the brain. Not sure I followed that. You can use the original videos. Oh, that's interesting. I probably won't, because I've seen the original videos and I've not seen those videos. But that is very interesting to know. There's an option in the settings. It's nice that they gave you that option. There are always options in the settings. Well, I would say there's two options they didn't have in the settings, which I wish they did. And I'll just call it out quickly. Number one, there didn't seem to be a way to change the keybinds, which I don't like because I don't normally use WASD. And the other one is there didn't seem to be a setting to tell the game that if it loses focus, keep playing the sound. I understand that for some people they very much want the sound to stop if the game loses focus, but as someone who is streaming currently, I would rather the sound continued. Anywho, shall we take a rocket ship off to a far distant land? So for those that know the series, or at least know know Myst, the first game, and have joined us, at some point in the last hour or so, I believe I have found all the hidden messages that you get by rotating the tower, and I've written them down in my physical notes that are right in front of me. That's what I'm staring at. So that's why I know at least what I believe to be the correct number here. I believe I'm supposed to make 41. I did choose the randomize the puzzles option at the start. Well, there's two ways I could do this. There's a systematic way, or I could just keep pressing buttons until... Oh, hello. This one's gone to 50 and that one's turned off. That's not what I expected. This obviously works differently to how I thought. Hang on. How do I get this working again? Have I mucked things up? I really wasn't expecting that. That's how settings work. The 3D characters in Myst 2021 look ugly, sadly, but they have improved in the Riven remake. Playing in windowed mode would solve the second one. I'm in borderless window mode, I believe. Oh my goodness, I love this game. My husband got me started on it a few years back. Oh, by the way, how are you? Oh, it's lovely to see you, Dark Queen. How are you? I hope you're doing all right. Let me give you a quick shout out. Yeah, I really like the Myst games. They are genuinely some of my all-time favourites. The main character is a drug mule who gets an extreme amount of drug and becomes extremely powerful. She carries the drug inside her and things happen, at least from what I remember. Yeah, we can reset the machine. Right, okay. That's what I need to do then. That probably does the door. Power the ship, generator switches. How do I reset this thing? Oh dear. Power to ships are just... This is where I go to raise the ship. I don't know if I can reset it from in there. I may have to reset it from outside or something. Pikachu! We are blessed. We are blessed with Pikachu. How are you, Piku? How have you been? Fun fact, that is actually Pikachu playing. I'm being 100% serious. Pikachu submitted those horn sounds for my shoutouts. Mind if I ask something? Dispatch? That's true. I could do dispatch at some point. Hi, Piku. Dispatch. Oh, you're also a fan of Dispatch. Pikachu is winning all over the place. More horn, please. They need to be redone. Nice try, Tato. Oh yeah, there is I've stopped the command that keeps spamming it in chat, but there is a I am a streamer command if you want to have a shout out. What was I thinking? I'm not sure if I can just play a random bit of horn thinking about it straightforwardly. I probably could actually. Hang on. This is for Tato. Just give me 1 second to find the relevant thing inside. Firebot. Can you hear this when I find the right thing to press? Wait, can I not? Huh. I'm sorry, I don't see a way to do it. Oh, this might... No. This'll... I don't know. Can't figure it out, sorry. Have to wait till someone actually gets a shout out. Wait, what am I doing? I can just give someone else a shout out. I can just give Pikachu a second shout out manually, that'll do it. Play what? Wee woo. Right. Sorry, I'm trying to reset this machine so I can access the next part of the game. Generator switches, I understand that. Power to ship, I understand that. Power, I understand that. But how do I reset it? Thank you, Alexu. Do I need to do something with the ship over here to reset it? Maybe. Do you know, I'm really not sure. I have no idea how to reset that machine. I think if I've read it correctly, I can still use the rocket ship even if I can't raise the ship right now. So it's probably not the end of the world. Will you choose the level-headed superhero that is actually a very stable person, or the emo villain turned superhero that has attachment issues? That is a very interesting question that I wasn't expecting to be asked today. Okay. 16. That's obviously adding 8. Okay. And now I'd need, if I could find 3, if there was a 3 here, that would be ideal. That's 1, 2. I've clearly misremembered which ones it was I needed to activate. There we go. 41, which is what we were told to try and meet. No idea how to fix this half though. Does Mealy know you renamed the Redeem after him? I don't know. He was the one that suggested the Redeem. But I'm not sure if he's been back since I implemented it. Or if he has, I'm not sure if he's noticed. Right, does this work now? Hang on, that's not even the thing I need. That's the thing I need. No, it doesn't work. Okay. We may have a problem then. I broke it. What about the thing down here? Does this work? No. Yes. I'm not sure if that was because I did the power or not, though. This might be unrelated. Ooh. Oh, this is where we raised the boat, isn't it? Is that all I can do here? I had a vague feeling there were like some hidden messages here or something that I could view. This seems like it should do something, but it's not. Hello. There is stuff here. Okay, so 40, 47 and 67. I'll write those numbers down. And then I'll have to figure out how I enter numbers. 40, 47 and 67. The emo villain sounds more interesting. Oh. Well, that answers that question. So 47? "47 was supposed to be something. Mark a switch diagram. So why did that not work? That should have worked, right? Ah, I didn't confirm. Right. So that's just telling me what a marker switch is. I think we already knew that. That's just the island, isn't it? Yeah. Ah, but now this works. I don't know what this is doing. Huh. Well, your guess is as good as mine, because I don't know what that is. Oh, you'd love her, definitely. I don't have dispatch and I have zero idea of what it's about or what sort of game it is. Well, let's see if that's done anything. Well, it's not raised the boat. I'm going to need to write a note about that so we don't forget, aren't I? So... strange control by boat. Noted. I know what it did. What did that thing do, I wonder? I'm sure you do know. I've very much forgotten though. I'm still in ads, but we're not even on an ad break. Is Twitch giving you special ads, Tato? That is a thing that was not in the original Myst. Right, so that would explain why I was completely mystified by it. How do I reset this machine? Oh my goodness. Tato is special. I am now free of this ad prison. Nothing can help me. I'm too much of a mess. Alright, well, I tried to type hello VOTV and I automatically corrected to hello to help VOTV. I wonder who dug these channels. I mean, that would take quite a lot of work. You know, for one person. And I believe our understanding is... Oh, this is how I reset. I vaguely remember this now. But do I have to do that on all of them? How do I get back down? Seriously, how do I get back down? There we go. Oh, I don't have a pat command. Okay. Let me write that down to remember to add one in the future. Parry. It was from the developers of the Telltale games, so basically an interactive movie. Hell is pretty helpful, he makes my day. I don't know about that. I do what I can, but it's not necessarily that much. Solve the generator power something or other. I couldn't quite see all of the achievement message. Love how you completely missed the open door. Open door? What? I see no open door. Telltale, don't they do the Walking Dead series? They did, yes. They deleted Minecraft! I will never forgive Bill for it. Down there by the rocket ship. Oh! You're right, I did completely miss that. I am 99.999% certain this was not in the original game. Is this what I did by turning the thingamabob? I wonder. Could this be the way to Rime? 0909. I don't have a code for this, or if I do, I don't recognize what it is. Yes, it is. Yes! Well, that rhymed. By the way, you can play Rime at any point. Is it an entire game? Is it a game within a game? What do you mean I can play at any point? That would mean I'd have to know... There'd be some way I could know the code from the very, very start of the game. I won't forget that that's there, though. Even though I don't know what the code is yet. No, but the age isn't spoiling anything, and yes, you can. I started here. I think I could have gone down here from the start. I'm not 100% sure. Out of curiosity, what happens if I turn this the other way? Like so. I saw one streamer blindfolded playing Bloodborne with another streamer giving directions. Interesting. There are probably some games that would be quite good for that, actually. Hang on, wrong way. I meant to go this way, didn't I? Down here. Door's still open. Ah, right, I get it. So I do need it the way I had it before. It would seem. Have you seen me drive with beer giving me instructions? They beat the cleric beast. You've still kind of got me on the how would I know what the combination is, though. Beer? Try doing shots while skydiving. I forgot all the commands. Is there a book for it, maybe? That's possible. I was reading the books out earlier, but then I'm embarrassed to say I saw the viewer count just dropping, and so I stopped reading. I'd hear you read the books. I never figured out this one either. I know there's that whole... I know there's stuff going on back here, but I never figured out which of the grids I needed to apply. Skyrim books are fun to read. Morrowind books are fun to read. I'll be leaving now. Okie dokie, Tato. Thank you for dropping by. I do appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. How do I lower this thing? There we go. I think it's with an E. Yeah, so there's this thing here, but I don't have this fully solved either, because I don't know which of the many grids I need to apply. I'd need a number. Oh well. We'll deal with that later on. Yay, you did it. That was in reference to Tato, not myself. Oh well, how about we take the rocket ship off to some far off land, and then we'll worry about the other puzzles later. Wait, Tato! Oh, there's more. Oh, I know the answer to this, because I wrote it down. Hang on. Where did I write it down? There it is. It was right in front of me. D sharp. Wasn't this actually a keyboard originally? In the original game? Or have I made that up? Then F sharp. Then C. Sharp. Then D. Sharp. Well, I did something wrong. D sharp. It could be a higher D sharp. D sharp, G, F sharp, C sharp, D sharp. Oh, you won't let me... You will let me go that high. Really? Alright, what did I do wrong? Rats, I think he's gone. Oh, we flying. There's a keyboard on the other side. Is there? Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me find the actual keyboard in the book. We'll be flying in a moment. I was going to ask him if he wanted to pop into Sunday Gaming Night Rain. That would be nice. Is he on the Discord server? You could always ask there. book was it? It was one of these books. There it is. Right. So we're starting there. Thank you. Are you guys streaming tomorrow? Me? I won't be, no. Right, D sharp. D sharp 1. Then it was G. Then it was F sharp. Then it was C sharp. And D sharp. That's what I did first of all. And let me check the notes to make sure I'm not being dumb. That's D sharp. That's F sharp. That's G. That's C sharp. That's D. Surely I got it right first time. Well, I guess I must have entered it wrong somehow without meaning to. It's still unhappy with me. Whoops. I didn't need that last screenshot. Can I delete that? Delete screenshot. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4, 5 is the last two. I got the wrong way round. Okay. That's also wrong in my physical notes. That'll be why it happened. This is it. There we go. I was referring to El Magnifico's Sunday gaming sessions he hosts on his Discord every Sunday. It's open to everyone who wants to pop by. This is true. So Sunday is not a regular stream. No. It's strictly off stream because we have the whole voice chat and anyone can pop in, and of course not everyone would want to be streamed, so it's off stream. Here we go. I've forgotten the name of this age. Maybe we'll find a note that will tell us the name of this age. I'll tell you what, I would be fine with someone just telling me the name of the age I'm in, because I know it's not going to spoil anything. And it just means that I have a noun to refer to it as. Okay, understandable. Selenitic. Thank you. So, this is another age. We've climbed into another book, and here we are. So yes, the rocket ship doesn't actually do what you'd think it would do and fly you anywhere. It just has a teleportation book inside, what's called a linking book. I remember this age. Oh, hang on. Have they fixed the underground puzzle in the remake? Because I remember it being one of the most frustrating things in the original. Okay, I've forgotten how this puzzle works precisely, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Oh, hang on. I get it. It's a combination lock. I just need to find the right combination of sounds. It's the same. And it's not hard at all if you got the clue for it first. Well, I seem to remember it just involved a huge amount of slow trial and error. It wasn't hard, it was just tedious. They have made this place a lot more beautiful than it was in the original, though. Okay. Let me write that down, that's going to be useful. Running water. Or water running, as some would say. Right, that's the only thing it will display. I just realised, because I put the sound hints on, that trivialised this puzzle, didn't it? I put the sound hints on for the benefit of people watching this. But it kind of gave it away. Frosty, who is Van Wilder? Lava rumbling. Okay. Lava rumbling. Okie doke. Alexei. Van Wilder is a central character in a series of American comedy films. He is known for his prolonged tenure as a college student and his talent for organising social events. The character was most notably portrayed by Mr. Ryan Reynolds. The first part of this age is all sound puzzles. Which, as I say, it was harder to work that out in the original. Because you didn't get text just telling you. But that's because of the accessibility settings I've turned on. Mr. Ryan Reynolds, so posh for someone that doesn't take things so seriously. Write that down. Is calling someone Mr. considered posh now? Ethereal crystal sounds. Ethereal crystal. Noted. Oh, I forgot. Split Fiction's available at the library again. Wahey! So we may have some Split Fiction next week then. That's the puzzle game, the co-op puzzle game that Pikachu and I have been playing. This is the second time we've had to take a break from it because she needs to keep returning it to the library, which is fair enough. I'm just explaining the situation. Wind blowing. That ladder goes somewhere. Such lovely graphic design for these. The symbols they've come up with. Right, so wind blowing. Are you splitting some fiction again? Peak fiction. I can do next Friday if that works for you. I'll pick it up the Thursday before. So far as I'm aware, that works. I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't. Oh my goodness, this is pitch black. Lights? Oh blimey, I found the Bat Cave. So I'm hoping that down this tunnel we're going to find a combination. Like in some notebook or something, or being played back. So I know what order to play those things in. Okay. That means some, doesn't it? That's giving me the order. Okay. Not the easiest thing to make out, but still. Right, let's give these names. Central Line. Ocean. Right Line. Tower. And light, because there's a light in the distance. Alright. Let me write these down. Sea Line. This is for central. Ocean. Right Line. Tower. And light. Now I play this back and we should be able to see what's what. Tower. Ocean. Central Line, right line. Tower. Ocean. Central Line. Right line. Did I see correctly that by coincidence light was the first one? Yes. That gives us our order then. Light. Tower, ocean, central line, right line. And we double check one last time. Light, tower, ocean, central line, right line. So that gives us the order: wind blowing, ethereal crystal, lava rumbling, running water, broken clock. Batman is canon to Myst? 100%. Batman? What is that emote? Do you actually have a Batman emote? There we go. What is that emote? You do! Mealy has a Batman emote. Interesting. You don't have a Batman emote? Not currently, no. Would you like to draw one? People these days. Oh dear. Those stairs have seen better days. Anywho, I think we can now get into the underground. I think we now have the solution to the puzzle. Oh, Vio, thank you for the follow 48 minutes ago. I'm sorry I'm so blind. I do appreciate that. Right, number one was wind blowing. you didn't... Again, it's an accessibility setting that's adding this text. In the original game, you literally had to do this puzzle by ear. You had to just hear what sounded the same. Lava rumbling. Then we have running water. And finally, broken clock. I think that's right. Wind blowing, crystal, lava rumbling, running water, broken clock. So this should do it. This should get us in. Yay! You're welcome. Thank you. Alrighty. Actually, I should probably update the on-screen information, shouldn't I? Let's change it to channel wood complete. Selenitic ongoing. There we go. Let's carry on. Okay, so have I skipped an important hint yet? Because you said before that this next section's not too bad if you've found the hint. I have, haven't I? It's going to be in the library, isn't it? I don't want to commit to this till I've had a reply just in case. Am I right? Have I skipped a hint? Oh well. If I have, I have. I just realised in one of my notebooks I probably actually have the original map I made of this area, but because I clicked randomise at the start of this game, it's probably changed. I'm not looking forward to this. Really? 8 directions I could go in. Oh, that's brutal. Okay. I'm already lost. We're on a little shuttle thing that can travel in certain directions. Hang on. Does that mean I can't go that way, or I can? Okay, I can't go in all directions then. What directions can I go in? Just north, is that right? Just north. Nope. I don't get it. I'm missing something. This? Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, we'll go back down. There we go. So all I'm trying to figure out is how do I move forwards? You'd assume this little button does it, right? This does up and down, and this does side to side. This changes our yaw, and this changes our elevation. So wouldn't this be forwards? I don't get it. I'm missing something. Yeah, there are clues to this puzzle that make this very easy. But you need those first. Can I still get them? Or is it too late? Oh, I can still get them. They're in another age. Ah! I don't... Why can I not move at all? Hang on, but am I thought I can't go to another age now. I thought I have to complete this to go to another age. Ding, 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 ding. I know. Oh, that is how I do it. I thought I tried that already, but okay. Hold on, Yanni. So that takes me back. Right, so there's actually only two directions you can go in from here. You can either go back the direction you came, or you can turn to the east, which is fine. If you go back to the beginning, you can get out of it. Okay. I don't really want to have to do this the hard way again. I did it the hard way the first time I played this game. So, okay, so for those that aren't familiar with the game, basically we are just in a tunnel network. You end up at these nodes, like we are right now, and then you will be given the option to leave in some of the available directions. As you can see, there's a compass at the bottom. There's 8 possible directions: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. And if you don't have any sort of clues, the only way you can figure out where you can go is by literally just going in a direction and seeing what the exits are. And so when I first played this game, I drew a map of the entire place by trial and error. And it took ages, because the little shuttle thing you move around on is not very fast moving, as you may have noticed. So we're going to try and do the... we're going to try and be smarter, not... We're going to try and work smarter, not harder here. And we will come back here once I have the hint for this area. Just to double check, I take it the hint isn't in Rime. Is that right? Because whatever the hint is, I must have missed it the first time I played the game. Or not found it until after I had done this puzzle. Nope, not in Rime. Okie doke. That's fair enough. Hello? Rowdy! Lovely to see you. How are you today? Dearie me. Am I being dumb? Why can I not get on there? The Myst book is somewhere else. Oh, okay. But it is around here. Alright, I'll go hunting for the Myst book then. Hang on. I don't know for certain that the Myst book isn't in here. Request reanimal? Were you looking for the suggest command? Hey, Rowdy. Hey, Rowdy. Is that what you're looking for, Pikachu? Hold on, I'm just going to have a quick check around here. That leak doesn't look ideal. To make sure that the Myst book isn't down here. Because this would be a logical place to hide the Myst book, in that it would force the player to complete some of the puzzles first. I don't see it here though. Okay, I'm going to assume the Myst book isn't here. Looking for a few. Okie dokie, Rowdy. Have a wonderful lurk. Myst is a game where careful observation is important. I am slightly worried that my running around like this is going to lead to me to just miss stuff that's right in front of my nose. But, hopefully I won't. Although apparently I missed the book the first time round. Careful observation. My kryptonite. Aristotle, the influential Greek philosopher, famously argued for a spherical Earth using observational evidence like the shadow on the moon. So we're looking for a Myst book, so that I can get back to Myst, and then we can we'll come back here later. Wait, is Selenitic supposed to imply this place is some way related to the moon? As in Selene, the Greek goddess of the moon, and Selenite, the name of creatures that live on the moon, like Martian would be for creatures that live on Mars. I need the Myst book to get back to Myst. Continue misting? Yeah, I need to get back to Myst Island. I've forgotten if it is actually called Myst Island or if it has another name. Well, this is frustrating. I don't know where the Myst book is. Now, if I were a Myst book, where would I be? Oh my goodness, I just checked. Yeah, you're stuck. Oh, I am stuck, as I originally thought. Okay. Well, thank you for telling me. So we have to do this the long way. See, my recollection was that the Myst book is on the other side of the puzzle. And I take it that's correct. Down we go. That way? That way. So basically, mechanical gives you the clues you need. Right. But the issue is that I can't get to mechanical from here without completing the puzzle that mechanical has the clues for. Each sound corresponds to a direction. Oh. Interesting. Well, that's useful. Okay. Exhaust therefore means east. Has to. Because there's only one way I can go there. Cowbell. It's not going to be backwards, so I know that it's not west. What are my options? Could be south. Could be... We're in luck. It has to be south. Okay. So, cowbell is south, exhaust is east. Why is the avatar called Mr. Philby? His full name's actually Leo Fitzwilliam Philby, and the Philby comes from one of my favourite films from when I was growing up, The Time Machine. The original Time Machine, the 1960s Time Machine. And one of the main characters in that was called Philby. Exhaust, so therefore I know I need to go east. North would be backwards. Again, I've actually only been given one choice as to where to go, which I'm not complaining about, but still, that helps confirm the working theory we were going on, that the different sounds represent directions, as Theo pointed out. Clink, clink, okay? What are my options? Do you enjoy time travel movies? I mean, some of them can be good. The main problem I find with most time travel films is they're not well thought out enough. There are lots of plot holes, and that tends to irritate me. I can be very particular about picking apart stories and wanting them to actually make sense within the rules of the universe that they lay out. But yeah, some of them are good. The series Loki is technically about time travel, but it's really different. Exhaust, so I know I'm going east. South would obviously be back the way we came. That's weird. So far it's been completely linear. Like, it's been making us change direction, but it has been linear. We've never had a choice as to where to go. You know, the choice has been go backwards or go in another direction. Cowbell. Well, then that means south. So I've been mapping this out, and so far it's just one massive, like, snake shape. It's just been snaking. West. That goes back the way we came, doesn't it? Again, we've had no choice. This must be randomly generated. I find it hard to believe a human being would have designed this. Okay, filled out a bit more of the map. Cowbell, which means south, which means continue the way that we've just been travelling in. And it's still completely linear. Isn't that weird? Spin sound. Well, that's a new one. Well, we can rule out 3 of the directions. In fact, yeah, we can rule out 3 of them. We're not going east, south, or north. So west is an option. Could be west. We know it's not north because that's going back the way we came. So it must be west. Okay. I may have just lucked out with the random generator here. And it just produced a really, hang on. Will this tell me the sound associated with each direction? No, it just replays the one for this area. That's fine. Alrighty. Wants me to go west again. For the sake of completeness, I will check to see if there's any other directions available here. That's obviously going back the way we came. No, it's still completely linear. How bizarre. I can't emphasize enough, we have not had to make a single choice so far. At no point has it branched. Cowbell. That means south. From here. There is a southwest. And sorry, northwest, I apologise. But that's not the way we need to go. East would be back the way we came. South is the way we need to go. Okay. Noted. I have to go, but have an excellent day. Okie dokie, Avon. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for lurking. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and you take care. Cowbell wants me to keep going south. which still appears to be our only choice. No, we could go southeast, but that isn't the correct direction. Still, I've noted it, that would be a possible direction. Hey Mealy! Lovely to see you. How are you today? How have you been? What have you been up to? Indica. Cowboy sound spin. Cowbell, sorry, not cowboy. Cowboy spin. So they combine the sounds when there's two to make things like southeast, northeast, etc. I see. So that's going to be west and cowbell spin. Cowbell is south, spin is west. So southwest. Well then we've lucked out because it's given us all the that's the direction we need to go in. The game's given us all the sounds that we could possibly hear just because of the way it's spawned in. That's handy. Mealy! Mealy, did you see the redeem? Southeast is also an option, but we know that's not the way we need to go. Redeem it, Mealy! It's only 960 points. Clink. That's north. It wants me to go north from here. Okay. What are our options? Obviously north is the right way. Northeast is also an option. But, oh, of course it is. That's back the way we came. And I think that's the only option. Again, the amount of... Oh, hang on. South. South isn't the right direction, but... it's also not the direction we came from. So there is... yeah, okay. It has been branching a fair bit more recently. I wonder if the random the random maze generator, I should say, is actually designed in such a way that it's supposed to always produce an initial set of tunnels that teach you all the sounds if you're paying attention. I can't redeem it. Why? I'll do it for you. Spin sound. That's west. Okay, we're going west from here. Oh, it's out of stock. It's grey. Okay, I can probably I can disable that for this stream. Do. Right, where's the... there we go. It should be in stock again. Where were we? Right. Oh. So, hang on, I've lost track of what I was doing. I've just travelled here, haven't I? And I'm gonna go west. Yes. Do it. Gone altogether? Hang on. Really? No, there you go. South's the way we came. West is the way we're going. And I've confirmed there are no other exits. Melee mode, indeed. Cowbell spin sound. Cowbell spin sound. That's southwest, isn't it? That's the direction we came from. And no other exits. With the music, well, sounds, I like it. I'm glad you like it. That's so cool. Still wants me to go southwest. And he lands back safely. Indeed. I hope you enjoyed that, Mealy. Made it through the maze in the Selenitic without pressing what? I don't know what that redeem was going to say. Not redeem. Achievement, that's the word. I've got redeems on the brain. What now? Oh, do I just get up? Can I leave? I think so. Yay! We did it! That wasn't too bad. That was... I wouldn't say that was... I wouldn't say that wasn't a bit of a hassle, but that was so much less of a hassle than the first time I did it. The clue about the sounds, which I'd forgotten, made that a lot easier. Blimey. Ooh, reflective. Why can't I see myself? Oh no. Oh no. I think we're a vampire, chat. It's the only explanation. Back we go. Right, that's another age completed. Which unfortunately means that I need to solve how to get to another age. There's 3 more, I think. 2 mandatory and apparently this Rime, which is a new one. I did Mortuary Assistant today. Oh, how did you find it? Well, Selenitic is complete. I've got to go too. Have a great night, everyone, and have a good stream, Elle. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. Wonderful, restful rest of your night. I've played it before. I never get the correct body, which is fine. I do know a bit about this game. I don't know much. I don't know what the aim of the game is. So I must say, that is an unusual statement to make, but okay. Did I ever find out what the... Oh, I think I've just figured out how to get the boat up. I was just thinking, I never figured out what was going on with this whole observatory. There's like a telescope in there. But then I just realised... Actually, no. Have I figured it out? I'm not sure. We got given a bunch of dates earlier on. 3, in fact. And I already noticed in one of the books they had symbols associated with constellations. In fact, I can probably show you. I've forgotten which book it was, though. Here we go. Let's take a few screenshots. What was I thinking? And I already figured out that those symbols for those constellations were identical to the symbols that pop up on here. Or at least some of them were. I bet that's how we do this. I bet I put in the dates that I was given into the observatory, see which constellation we're looking at, and then light up the correct thingy-me-bob to go with it. The correct sign, and that probably raises the boat, and then we'll get to a new age. You embalm the bodies, and you have to burn the one that has the demon in it. I need to make some soup because I'm sick. I need to blast it out of my body. Okie dokie. You poor thing. What type of soup are you making, if you don't mind my asking? Alright, first date, November 23rd. Well, let's start up here then. November. How do I do this? November 23rd. I wonder if these are actually calculated correctly according to our date system. Like, because some months would have 30 days, some 31, some 28, and so on, and leap years would matter. I wonder if they've actually calculated all the dates correctly for our world. Anywho, so 6:57. I wonder if I need to get these. Oh, hang on, PM. I wonder if I need to get these exactly right as well, or if I was out by a minute, would the constellation look basically the same anyway? Okay, so that looks like 3 stars by the looks of it, or 3 main ones. 3 ones that make up a constellation. So let me write those down and roughly their positions. And then why don't I just take a screenshot actually? That makes more sense, doesn't it? Now, out of curiosity, if I make this wrong, it does muck it up. That's fair enough. Very interesting though. What I will do is, as a quick sanity check, let's make sure there is actually... Oops, wrong one. Let's make sure there is actually a constellation that looks like that. I'm still here regardless. I've no clue. I might do Manhattan clam chowder. Otherwise I have chicken noodle soup. Interesting. Ah, that looks like the snake, doesn't it? Oh no, looks more like the beetle. Okay. But we've confirmed that there's a... there's a constellation which more or less matches. I've got that one copied out. So we know that's one of the ones we're interested in. Let me carry on. Right, next one. Next date we picked up was January the 13th. January the 13th. January the 13th. 3802. 3802. And 8:09 PM. There we go. Okay, we've got just 2 stars here. That shouldn't be hard to find. Shall I just look it up now? I was gonna like copy out what they all are, and then I've done it again. I was gonna copy out what they all are in my notebook and then like look up the constellations all in one go, but while we're here, it's not that. It's not those. It's not those. Could it be those? No, wrong way. This is concerning. None of them fit. 1, 2. Going down, so from top left to bottom right. Top left to bottom right. No. No. That's closest. But we've already got that one, so it can't be that one. Then maybe that one? Ah, there is a slightly larger one there. You could see that as a sort of triangle, couldn't you? The real clue then would be, are those 2 stars one on top of another? Not quite. Hold on. I'm sufficiently skeptical at this stage that I'm going to go back to the book and make sure I didn't accidentally skip one of the pages. Because that might explain the discrepancy. Was it this one? No, I didn't. That's annoying. That one doesn't really correspond to anything then. Hang on, that's a triangle. Did I... Hang on, let me check quickly. I had that page, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That's the closest. Well, I've written down what this one... Hang on, there's another little one there. I don't know if that's going to be in the diagram, but let's see. Would that figure? Yeah, it would figure. I think it's got to be the bird. It doesn't quite look the way they're not quite as similar to each other as I'd like, but I think this must be the constellation. This is surprisingly difficult to draw. Made my soup in the microwave. Oh dear. Do you actually mean you made it, or do you just mean you heated it up? Audione. Just finishing off this bird. There we go. That actually didn't come out too badly in the end. Certainly not my finest drawing, but better than I expected. Shame you can't see it, really. Alright, final date. Final date. I did it on the stove. I did not. I did it on the stove. I know Brits hate when things are done in the microwave. No, that's not true. Everyone does microwave soup. The thing that was confusing me is you said you were making soup, which would, that I would take that to mean you're making it from scratch. That you wouldn't do in the microwave normally. But if you just mean heating up tinned soup, yeah, that's... Yeah, people microwave soup. There's nothing weird about that. Right, this should be the one. No, in a can, pre-made. Yeah, that's perfectly normal. My mum does homemade soup. I have New England clam chowder. I've never had clam chowder, but I am almost certainly allergic. Right, let's take a quick picture of this, and then see if we can figure out which constellation this is. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Constellations. Again, I don't see a good match. It's not that. Oh, it's probably that. It's the arrow. I reckon it's the arrow. There we go. So we know which ones they are. So my prediction is, now that we have these, we've worked out the constellations, that if I put those each constellation was associated with a symbol. Those symbols can be found on these displays. I predict if I turn on the correct combination, then the water will drain from here and the boat will rise out of the water. This boat right here, I think, is going to rise up out of the water. In fact, for those that have only just joined us, let me show you. That boat is well and truly sunk at present, which means we cannot get aboard today, matey. But we got the insect, we got the bird, and we got the arrow. I reckon if I turn those on, the water will go down, the boat will rise. Right, not that one. Not that one. That one. And I think it's this one was the insect. Nope, I've misremembered. Which one was the insect then? That one. There we go. We can see them both rising at the same time. Well, hey! Yes, I'm allergic to shellfish. That is correct. Progress. Isn't that what we like to see? Still haven't figured out the way to get to Rime. Right. Presumably, I'm about to find the linking book in a moment. If anyone knows the name of the age, let me know. Found the linking book. Right, that's one tick for this set of clues. Here we are. Anyone know the name of this age? Because I don't, off the top of my head. Okay. I have odd food allergies. I'm sorry to hear that. Right, this pump has 3 positions. And that'll pump different things out, I assume. Barbecue sauce and citrus liquid. Well, I wonder if barbecue sauce often contains citrus. shadow on the water. Actually, let's take a slightly longer look at that. Yeah, the shadow is actually warping to fit the water surface. They've done a really good job here. Ha ha ha! I was right. Okay. I never delivered the last set of pages, did I? Oh, which rock band once included members Ed Gagliardi, Al Greenwood, and Dennis Elliott in its lineup? I don't know. I don't know what is in barbecue sauce. Don't want to evaluate it either. Seems like things need power. Okay, presumably we come back here later then, I would guess. It's possible there's something I can interact with here that I just haven't spotted. Oh, look at the way they've mixed the warm colours up top with the deep blues down there. That is very well done. I just avoid it. Yeah, that makes sense. Hello. Oh, I see. That's responding to my mouse. I thought it was just doing something automated. Right, well then I'm going to need to find a certain number of degrees that I can input there. Clearly. Interesting. Interesting. What have we stumbled across? Ed Gagliardi, Al Greenwood and Dennis Elliott were all members of the iconic rock band Foreigner. Never heard of them. Is this the world that we're currently in? Or another one? Blimey. What a place. Lots of candles, fine china. This is some very nice things. Just casually storing gems. What brilliant art. Incredible space, isn't it? Ah, a red page. So this is associated with Cirrus then. Yeah. Judging by all the implements of death, the poison, the dagger and so on, I would say so. Okay. Down here? Do we find a room associated with Akana? Looks like it. Curious. I wonder what that's about. Oh. I like the way one morphs into the other. I think I know how they would have had to have done that in terms of technically implementing it. But it still looks impressive, doesn't it? Also, beautiful art in here. Very different style. Much more minimalist, but nevertheless beautiful. More maps. Well then. Well, we got the pages. So the only remaining question, I believe, is how do we leave? We didn't find a number of degrees, though, to look through the telescope with. I don't know what I just did there. Didn't I pick something up? Interesting. How do I climb this? Or don't I? Game doesn't seem to want me to climb that. Hold on, let's pump this area out. Because I'm pretty sure that's what the third pumping position is going to do. Here, this is the pump. Or this is the control box for the pump. Alright, so that's going to flood the two areas we've just been in, the bedrooms. Or the way to the bedrooms. But I'm guessing this area will now be able to move freely in. More or less. Oh, there we go, there's a key. Oh, I was... Okay. I was sort of holding it. I don't fully understand. As in the controls I don't fully understand. I don't get what I'm doing there. Can I get up here? No. I can go down there. I'm missing something with that key. Well, presumably I need the key for something. Definitely some aspect of this puzzle is lost on me at present. Oh, there's a lock. Right there. Right, okay. Grab the key. Can it reach here? No. So presumably I need to flood the area again, because you'll notice the key's on a rope, and the other end of the rope is on a barrel which will float. So if I flood the area, the barrel will float to the top and we'll get a lot more slack on the rope, if I've understood correctly. And therefore we'll be able to move the key farther. Is that the idea? No. Quee, 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 quee. Quite mealy. I do not understand what's going on with this key. Alright. I think must be on the right lines, because there's a lock and there's a key. But something about this I haven't figured out yet. So let's unflood the area again. And see what, if anything, we can do. Ah. It wasn't going to float before because it was full of water. Now it's full of air. So if I think what I was trying to originally do was the right idea. I just didn't realise the barrel was full of water and therefore would sink. Or stay submerged in this case. So this will probably do it. The barrel should float this time and I should be able to grab the key. Yes. This is looking good. Or do I use it here? I use it here, not there. That is a lock though. Ah, there's a different key. Okay, seems a bit superfluous, but okay. Ah, right, so this was recessed. I wouldn't have been able to climb it before because it was flat against the wall. Now I can. Okay. Progress. What? Why'd it go black? Okay. Well, we have power. That was it. We needed power for the downstairs area, didn't we? I remember now. Do you remember the very first place we went was inside the ship, but nothing was working because it had no power? Well, we didn't have access to the generator then. So that's what all that did. It gave us access to the generator, and if we go down here, I bet either things will be powered or we'll be able to flick a switch and they'll have power. Here? No, it's still not working. What am I missing? There's another step somewhere that I've missed. Hello. Maybe we go back down here first. There might be stuff down there I haven't properly discovered. Does anyone know the name of this age? Useful that I can see whether it's got power easily. Well, this has changed. This now has power. I had a vague recollection that there was somewhere on the side I could travel to. Oh my goodness, thank you for the bits! That's so nice of you. Thank you, Mike. It is indeed a surprise. Thank you. Happy Friday to you too. Don't know if I was supposed to do that. I'll be honest. This isn't... it doesn't seem like whatever I did was good. We'll investigate that more in a moment. I must have drained all the power or something. Yes. Ah, and this connects the two underground places, that tunnel there. Right, this is making more sense. Up to a point. I don't need to drain anywhere, do I? I can just climb up here again. Now I can't help but notice I'm given the option not to fully power things. Which makes me wonder, is there a reason why I would want to leave it on partial power? So let's go back down there and see if anything's different. Let's see if anything's different if I don't power things fully. I wonder what the three-dimensional shape of this place is. I find it odd that if I go down the tunnel on the left, and then I go through, and then I take a left, I end up in the right-hand tunnel. I mean, I'm sure that must be correct. What? Oh, this is different. Looks like the power's run out. Oh, isn't this beautiful? Okay. Looks like there's only limited power? Yeah. So that's what happens if I don't fully power things, I guess? Maybe? I don't know, I'm still figuring it out. I wonder why when the first time you do that, things go black for a second. And I wonder why things go black when... like when we entered that area a moment ago. I think it must have something to do with reloading the scene. I must say, the fact that when I do this, when I go to the main menu and back, it goes black and then the image builds up again slowly. It does make me wonder if they're using some technique like ray tracing, and it takes a moment for it to build up the image. Although if that were the case, you'd expect there to be tremendous motion blur as I move, and there isn't. So that doesn't fully figure. I get it. Right, I had it backwards. You know, I was saying about how I need to know what degrees to enter for the telescope. We found the telescope. It had 0 to 360 degrees, or maybe it was 359. That would make more sense. And I said, right, we don't know where to look, so we need to find the number of degrees that we enter into the telescope. That's backwards. This is where we enter the number of degrees. I just need to look around in the telescope until I see something, probably a flashing light in the distance or something. In fact, I've only just restored power to everything. I wonder if whatever it was that was gonna... That is a large sun. So beautiful. I wonder if whatever it was that would light up or get our attention or what have you wasn't working until I turned the power back on. Right, so keep a sharp eye out. I don't think it's going to be that at 0. It could be. I doubt it. We're probably looking for something else. We just don't know what it is yet. Everything's lost power. Hold on. I don't know whether we need power on to spot whatever the thing is. But just in case, let's power a thing back on, go back to the telescope, find out what it is we're supposed to be looking at, read off the number of degrees, and then enter it. And my prediction is that will reveal the book back to Myst. We've already got the pages we needed, so that would probably mean that the this area's done. Oh, I just realised something. Oh, I don't want to give it away, but I've got a sneaking suspicion I need to get into that fireplace. Or thing that looks a bit like a fireplace. Back at Myst. Like, I think I don't want to spoil it. I think I've just remembered what that's for. I mean, could be that? What do we think, chat? What sticks out? That obviously sticks out. I just kind of doubt that we're supposed to enter 0 degrees. The only other thing it could be is maybe there's a drawing somewhere of the thing that we're looking for. That's possible. Alright. I think there's a piece of this puzzle we're still missing. Although, what about that ship I can't get power to? There could be... I don't know the order in which I complete things. It's possible I'm supposed to do that first. Do those do anything? No. Nothing of use here. Beautiful art. Oh. Light's gone. What I would really hope to find is like a notebook or something with some explanation. But we've not been so lucky so far. Well then. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? What am I missing? Let's power the thing up again. And give the ship another look. Another once over. Like the blue area, the deep blue area. That whole generator area is well designed. The way that you have to use the pump to get to the generator the first time, but then you don't have to keep changing the pump back every time you want to restore power. Alright. I will take ideas from chat, if anyone has any, on what to try next. Hold on, I might refresh the power quickly so that we don't lose it. Hang on. I just had a thought. We haven't been down the bottom there since we raised the barrel to get to the keys. I don't know whether it's going to be happy with us. No, the key is not currently in place, so it probably is safe to drain that again. I'm just thinking, is it worth checking down there once more? Could there be something down there that I missed? Well, there's power here now. There wasn't before. Doesn't seem like it, does it? I don't see anything down here. I can't pull this out, can I? Some of these stones? Nope. I cannot. Alrighty then. Presumably when this device was new, it held power for a lot longer than it does currently. Alright, let's swap things around again. Have a look down here. I wonder what all these are. They look like they should be doorways, but they don't go anywhere. Do I know which way's north? Not really. That probably. That's probably north. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there's 32 directions. So that's going to correspond to... Actually, I don't think that divides 360 very well, does it? Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Yeah, 8. Yeah, 32. Well, if it was 0, it would be this one. Solve the compass puzzle. Wow. Okay. I think this got randomized, and it happened to pick a solution that was so obvious that it seemed like it couldn't be the solution, if you see what I mean. It would be like having a puzzle where it says, right, you have to enter a number from 1 to 1,000, and the solution is 1, if you see what I mean. It's like, you're thinking, okay, technically it could be 1, but it's probably not 1. I think that's exactly what just happened there. I think the solution, which was that I had to pick the northerly direction, exactly north, not slightly east, not slightly west, exactly north, was staring in my face the whole time, but I just didn't want to believe that that was correct. Because it seemed so unlikely. Oh, maybe this won't drain now for whatever reason. Oh well, progress is progress. Can't complain about that. And we have power down here now. Oh wow, look at that. Marvellous, isn't it? The artistic design is superb. Look at that. I mean, that's the sort of thing you would see in real life, and you know, you'd think it, well, you might think it's beautiful and you might not pay attention. I'm annoyed that it stopped. I was enjoying those shadows. Oh, it was the fish going in front of the lights. Yeah, you wouldn't, you know, it'd be easy to overlook something like that in real life, but it's so beautiful, and the fact they've managed to reproduce it fairly well in this game. Right, this is going to be the book back, isn't it? Yep. Right, so I finally get to find out what this age is called. Assuming I get the achievement. Stone Ship. From Stone Ship. The Stone Ship age. Right. Okay. So there's only mechanical age to go and this rhyme. Right, so if some of you may remember from earlier that I said about there being this like fireplace puzzle, this is what I meant. I am fairly certain I have to solve this one. In order to get the good ending to the game. But I still don't have the required knowledge. I'm missing... What it comes down to is I need to know that one of the books has the solutions. This one. There. It tells you can get in there. And you can see for 1 you use this, for 2 you use that. I don't know the number. I need to know the number, because there's a grid back here that you can enter things on. If I can get to it. Here, there's a grid you can enter things on. All I need to know is which number needs to be entered, and then I can look it up in the book and I can get back there. But I don't yet know what number it is. Alright, let's do the clock next. The clock tower over here, because I think we can do that. I think we've been able to do that for a while. Right. I've got 11:45 and 132. I don't know what the 132 refers to. But that's going to be about 11. Wait, have I got those hands the right way around? I think so. No? Do I have them backwards? Maybe I have them backwards. Oh, hang on. That one's not quite on the 45. There we go. Ah, there we go. Alright, let's try them the other way around. That's odd. Ah ha ha! We've solved it. This is going to take us to mechanical age, isn't it? It's bound to. Oh! Hang on, that's going to create... But we will do that in a second. But the significance of pushing that lever is there's going to be another point on the big map over here, which may mean that I can unlock new information I didn't have before. Possibly. Doesn't look like it. I mean, it's been added to the map, but lining it up doesn't seem to do anything. No. That's a pity. Okay. Let's keep going. In we go. Oh, this is presumably where I enter the code. What was it? 132? Hang on. How do I... Right, that does those two. That does those two. Let me think about this. I need... the middle one. Now, how am I going to do this? 1, 3, 2. So you need to be 3, you need to be 2. Isn't that just that? There we go. I lucked out. I think that was probably actually an optimal solution, in the sense that it probably wasn't possible to solve that puzzle in fewer steps. But I have to say, I didn't do that via skill. I did that by luck. The first few steps while I was investigating how it worked... Oh, that resets it. Well, happened to work in my favour, I was going to say. Oh, and that's also changed how it functions, I think. That's annoying. Well, I deserve this. There we go. Still fooling me, Lee? Alright, what has that actually accomplished? That's a good question, isn't it? Because that didn't immediately give me access to a linking book. So that must have changed something elsewhere. The question is where? And I don't know. I don't know. Over here, probably, thinking about it. Because that's how we got the solution to the gear problems, by lining up the tower with this location. Here? Aha! So this must be the mechanical age. I guess so. Alrighty then. Welcome to the mechanical age, everybody. Oh, that's a puzzle that has to be solved, clearly. Ah, I bet this is the last puzzle. I bet I put in a code here, and then that gives me back access to the linking book. Well, these are like those... I've forgotten what they're called. The structure, real life structures you see by the sea, which are actually remains of very, very ancient sea creatures. Like some of the earliest evidence of life on Earth. Rotation simulator. Oh, that's just telling me the... That's telling me the sounds for the different directions. Okay, so that would have been the puzzle for the earlier one. Sorry, that would have been the clue for the... Blimey. That would have been the clue for the puzzle in the Selenitic age. This must be Akonar's room. Judging by the decor. This is where they stash stuff. There's a blue page. Stash stuff that they've taken from the places they've gone. Well, that's concerning. Akonar's themes are that he's much more interested in the natural world and hunting and what have you, whereas Cirrus's areas tend to have more of a scientific and, well, artistic bent, I guess. Cirrus, your greed sickens me. Your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct my subjects not to pay your new tax, and you know they'll listen to me. Regards, Akonar. There's the red page. Right, well, we've got everything we need other than to leave this area, I think. Raina! How lovely to see you! How are you? Lovely to see you. I've been surviving, thank you for asking. How have you been? I feel like there's more to this than I yet understand. This thing. Oh, I bet I can rotate the whole place, and then this telescope then shows me the code I need to leave, or something like that. That would be my guess. There's additional steps involved. This needs power or something. I've been unfortunately so busy at work, a little beat up, but I'm hanging in there. Oh no! What do you mean by a little beat up? I am sorry to hear that. Ah, there's an area over there we can probably reach. I'm tired and feel like I've been running a marathon for 2 months. Just a lot of stuff all at once. Working like hell's prepared due to work. I could use some good luck. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I do hope things improve for you soon. That does sound rough. I'm aware that that's been in the news, but I must say I'm not particularly familiar with the circumstances. Could that be a clue? Oh no, I mean, I have some house repair due to all the ice, not... Oh, right! With you. Just bad weather. Oh, that's still far from ideal. And sorry for the confusion. I'm feeling very dumb. I'm obviously missing something. The winter months are rough. I can't wait till it warms up. Well, shouldn't be long now. I mean, winter ends at the end of this month, doesn't it? Formally. And hopefully the warm weather will follow. Welcome back, Jenny. Oh, what was for dinner, if you don't mind my asking? I am. You are having fun with your viewers too? Well, yeah, the stream seems to be going reasonably well, as far as I can tell. I hope people are at least somewhat entertained. Playing Myst, the puzzle game, trying to trying to figure out how we solve the next puzzle. I'm pretty sure I need to get power to a particular room, but I haven't yet figured out how I would do that. I assume there's something in the environment I can interact with, which I haven't yet realised I can interact with. Such amazing art. We had fasat with various dishes prepared by various families. Dumplings, rice, chicken. Oh, you had a feast, sorry, that makes more sense. Oh, that does sound nice. We celebrated Chinese New Year. Oh, of course, Happy New Year. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay. That was an odd noise. Jenny! I'm so sorry. I am stuck. Hang on. Do one of these pull? Is there a chain that we pull? I cannot figure out what the next step is. I think it's going to be returning power to parts of this tower, but I can't figure out how to do it, because if I press this button it does nothing, and that's what I think is the key. Somehow I need to get that working again. I'm pretty sure this whole thing... Oh, blimey, look at that. The iridescent effect. This looks like they might be leaking some oil. Okay, yeah, that really is just a combination lock. It doesn't seem to do anything. Tell you what, if I haven't figured anything out in 5 more minutes, I'll look up a hint. I swear it's going to be something like this, something that I can push or pull or prod or something that I just haven't realised I can do. quite a sharp point on that rocket, isn't there? Nothing under that helmet, is there? It hasn't escaped my notice that there could be something to do with this. I don't think there is. It's not this snake thing, is there? Is there something I can do with it? No. I know this thing has power. Oh my goodness. That was it. What do I always say when we play puzzle adventure games? The most likely reason you're stuck is because there's either something in the world you don't know you can pick up, something in the world you can interact with you don't know that you can interact with, or because there's an area you can get to which you don't realise you can get to. That last one is particularly with point and click adventure games where you know, click off screen at certain positions and then you go to a completely different screen. There was something we could interact with in the world the whole time. I just kept missing it because it was in the dark and I'm a bit blind. Oh well. We haven't rotated, I don't think. Which is okay. I just note that that's the case. Well, that sounded like it did something. We've still not rotated. So what did that do? Good question. I still feel like I'm missing something. Ah, it's like it's in here. Ah ha ha. Okay, progress. Oh, that's really nice. I like the transparent glass that actually moves like that. That's... and you can see the reflections on it shifting. That's a nice touch. Now what? What does that do? So I need to be... That seems to send it down, but on a delay. Oh, I'm at some intermediate point. That's interesting. I assume I need to be on top then. I need to, like, get out here after I've set it to lower on a delay. And there's probably something on top of it that I can access. Yes. There is indeed something here. The rotation simulator. Well, I understand how this works. But how do I know how far to send it? How do I know when we've reached a useful point? I don't know of a way to tell. Cowbell sound. Right, using the sounds. Cowbell was... what was cowbell? I've got it written down here somewhere. Cowbell was south. We're pointing south right now. Right. I'm gonna have to go back down just to verify, you know, where we actually are in relation to everything else. What pointing south even means. But once we've done that, we can then probably figure out which way we need to turn and go back up and do it. Unless we've lucked out and this just happens to be the direction we want to be looking in anyway. Nothing. That hasn't seen anything. Oh. If I'm not mistaken, we, by sheer coincidence, happen to do turn around 360 degrees, or possibly, you know, some multiple of that, possibly 720 or something. Okay, so if I understand correctly, we want to move. Hang on, let me make sure I get this right. This must be south. That must be north. So we want to be pointing east. So we want to turn until we hear an exhaust noise, according to this table that I made earlier on. Which is fine. Now we know what we're doing. There we go. Down we go. Okay. So. Start it moving. Oh, no, keep it moving. Clink noise. We're pointing north. So we were pointing south, now we're pointing north. So we actually moved quite quickly then, which is fine. I just note that that's the case. Spin sound. That means we're pointing west. I wasn't expecting that. So we must be moving anti-clockwise? Cowbell, we're pointing south again. I want to point east. I know that we've never had combined noises though. We've never ended up facing northeast, for example. Right, now we should be pointing in the right direction. If I've understood correctly. I don't know that we're not going to have to rotate this whole tower again at some point. When I say we're now pointing in the right direction, I just mean that if I've done this correctly, we should now be pointing in a direction where we can go somewhere we haven't been before. Yes, that is true. I just want to check, though, out that telescope. I went past it, didn't I? Because that telescope... I'm sure that telescope's not there for no reason. Still doesn't see anything. I can't move it, can I? I can't help but think there must be a direction I can turn this whole tower in which that actually sees something useful. Anywho, there's another thing over there. So that's where we started. This is to the east. That's to the north. We couldn't see that before, so we didn't know if anything existed over there. Now we do, and there does. Okay. Alright, that looks like part of the code that we need. Only half of it though. So I'm guessing the other half is in the northern section. If I had to guess. That's probably going to give us the linking book we need to get back home. We've already collected the pages. And we would then be in a position, I think, to complete the game. The only catch is that... oh, it's not quite a catch. The only other consideration is that apparently I have been told by VO that they added a whole nother age to this game, which is entirely optional in the remake, which I definitely want to check out. Thinking about it, I think if we point north... No, if we point this north, which is the direction we need it to point in, should make a clink noise. If we do that, I think actually the telescope would be pointing at where we just were. Clink noise. That's what we wanted. Jenny says hello to Pikachu. There we go. Right, to the next location. Yep, still sees nothing. Yep. Looks like I've understood correctly. There we go, and that's the other bit of the code we needed. That's a bit low resolution, isn't it? Or is it? No, actually. I think that's my eyes playing tricks on me. I think it looks low resolution just because of some strange artifact of the fact that they've got some lines that are light green inside dark green areas. For some reason my brain is telling me that it can't quite see it clearly, that it's blurry. But I don't think it is. There we go. Right, I've got the code. For completeness sake, because I am curious, I think I will put the tower in the final position that it's not been in. Just to see if the telescope reveals anything. But then we'll put it into the starting position, grab the linking book, head back to Myst Island. And then I'll have to try and figure out how to get to Rime. This place I've never been. Oh, it could be a terrible mistake going to Rime, since, as I say, that is the only area in this game where I have no prior experience. For those that have only joined us recently, I played the original version of this game about 3 years ago. And I've been wanting to play the Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mealy. I've been wanting to play the remake since, but I needed to wait till enough time had passed that I wouldn't remember all the solutions. Don't fall. Thank you, Melee. There we go. Ah, it does see something. A skeleton. And we've seen that symbol before. That's like the pirate ship thingy, isn't it? I wonder what the significance of that is. I don't quite get the point that's being made there. I don't quite get why sometimes the animation lasts longer than the sound effect. It shouldn't. Never mind. Sorry, I'm meaning to go back up to here. This is where I meant to go. Right, so rotate this one more time and then we can head back to Myst Island. Oh. Cowbell. That's what we expected. That means we're pointing south, which was the initial position. So that's been done correctly. And we have the code for the linking book. And then it's on to Rime, I guess. Which I still don't know how to get to. And I still don't know what we're going to encounter there. It'll be completely new to me. As much as I imagine most people watching this. Right, let's get this right. So, the code. Where's the code? There's the code. That's correct for the first one. That's correct for the second one. That's correct for the third one. And we actually want the initial symbol for the fourth one. Although I did previously click it off. There we go. And there's the linking book. As predicted. Back we go. Right, I can tick this one off twice. We've been to all the ages that were originally... We've been to all the ages that were in the original game, as far as I'm aware. Back from the mechanical age. There we go. Where's the thingamabob? Down there. Right, this lets us get to Rime. But it expects me to enter a code like this. Okay, so we're looking for a 4-digit number, but it's limited in what its values can be. In pairs. The second, every even digit has to be greater than its preceding odd digit. I've already used all the information we gathered from the tower, so that's no help. Didn't there used to be something that was hidden in here or something? I thought there was. How do I get in here? Like so. Settings, dimensional imager. So again, this is for me. This is entering new ground. I have never been to Rime before, and so I have no idea how I get there. I don't suppose if I turn it that way, which I know means I can't get in, but I don't suppose if I turn it that way, that reveals a code that I'd otherwise missed. Like on one of the walls. Because that is the way that Myst likes to hide information. Doesn't look like it. It's the only real lead I have, though. Because it's the only thing that I know. It's the only part of the game world I know which is associated exclusively with Rime. I may be barking up the wrong tree here, we'll just have to see. Rime is one of the ages, incidentally, if anybody missed that. One of the places we can teleport to. But before we can do that, I need to... find a code. A code which is hidden somewhere, but I have no idea where. Let's turn it facing this way. Okie dokie. So I won't be able to get in there at all, but it will expose a wall that I've not seen before. Which seems to have been useless, unfortunately. I had high hopes for that one, but no such luck. Alright. Well, there's two other directions worth trying. If that fails, I don't know. Oh my goodness me. It's a Georgius raid! Welcome in, everybody. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel. And on this channel, we play old games and new games. We play games that require you to think. And we play more actiony games. Today, as you can see, I am playing Myst, the remake. I've played the original Myst before, but I have not played the remake ever before, so some of this is new to me. If you enjoy these sorts of cozy streams, I am usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time. How are you, Georgius? The original was awesome. It really was. Genuinely an excellent game. Truly, I played it for the first time about 3 years ago, and Myst and Riven, the sequel to Myst, are jointly two of my favourite games of all time. Welcome in, Techno Ninja. Lovely to meet you. Hope you're having a good day. How are you? And how was your raid, Georgius? Oh, let's give you a shout out. Techno Ninja. There we go. Welcome in, Mr. Borney. Pleasure to meet you. Hope you're well. Finally found a game that I get along with. Ooh, do tell, do tell. What game is it? No luck. Okay. Enshrouded. Is that survival game? With magic or something like that? That sounds familiar. Like and I seem to remember the plot as something about there being like a race that died out or something, and you're the last survivor. Yeah, you wake up in some sort of preservation device after the planet's been after your race had been through some sort of mass extinction event. Is that right? It's like Valheim, but you have to stay out of the fog. Interesting. Yeah, I think I do vaguely remember hearing about that game. Are you getting on well with it, are you? Are you playing on your own, or do you have people you're playing with? Oh, ad starting in a moment. So, have you played the remake of Myst, Georgius? Sorry, back. Ate some food. No worries. What was for breakfast, lunch, or dinner? If you don't mind me asking. It's like Minecraft. If Minecraft had a decent plot. No, I haven't. Oh, you don't have anyone to play with? That's a shame. Oh, you haven't played the remake. Sorry, that makes more sense. So this is new. I think I've completed all of the ages that were in the original game, and I could finish it right now. But apparently, the devs snuck in an entirely new age, which is optional. So if you go down, if you go in the direction of the rocket ship, but then you take a left and you do something else, this will open up. And down here, you'll find it's looking for a code. And I'm pretty sure this is going to open up and give me a linking book to an entirely new age, which I've never seen before. But I cannot, for the life of me, figure out where I find this code. I don't know where they've put it. Frustratingly enough. Hold on. Let me check something kind of obvious. They didn't stick it here, did they? If I do the whole tower rotation thing. Why is this not responding? Wait, what? Oh, there. I'm not being dumb, am I? Has the game bugged slightly? Why does this not want to open? Oh, because I'm clicking the wrong thing. There we go. Sorry, I was being dumb. I ate some ribs for lunch and dinner. Ooh, that sounds delicious. What sort of ribs? As in, like, did you... Any particular type of sauce you had with them? Pig ribs? Cow ribs? Oh, just a second. Back now? Right, where were we? And we're still on ad break. I'm going to take a break for a while. I hope you have a great evening. Okay, thank you, Georgius. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. I'm glad your stream went well. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Yeah, the devs have got me good. I may I'll tell you what, I'm even going to set a timer on it. If in 5 minutes I've made no progress, I'm going to look up how I get to... I'm going to look up a hint for how I get to this new... new age I've never seen before. Because I have no idea where they hid the code. I really don't. Goodness me. I swear there was a thing about opening up a secret compartment in there. Let me look at my screenshots quickly. I took a screenshot that may have been a clue. First, locate switches on the island. Of these switches, go to the garden. Turn the marker switch to the off position. I never found the other page for that. Or the other half. Maybe that's what I look up. Maybe I'll look up a hint for how I found the vault. Because I probably just missed the page in one of the many places we've been before. Like the other half of it. And that might be where they hid the... That might be where the devs hid the code that we need. Yeah, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to try not to spoil myself too much. I just want to know where the vault access hints are for Myst. And if that then doesn't lead to Rime, then I'll look that up separately. Right, Myst, vault, access, hints. Help if I spelt vault correctly. Okay, all mark... Oh, hang on. No, that's just telling me what the solution is. I don't want to read that. I want to know where the hints are. Channelwood. Channelwood has the Evertorn note. To be honest, that probably would have been my guess anyway. But I wasn't sure. There we go. Let's head back to Channelwood. No, wait, Channelwood was where we started. Hang on. Was it Stone Ship, the other one? Stone Ship, sorry. Channelwood was where we found one of them. Stone Ship was the was the other one I thought it might be. Because, I mean, in... Let's see. Is it in all the ages Akinar and Cirrus both have accommodation? Actually, no. I don't think they had accommodation on... the Selenitic age. But... we'd been through their quarters so many times in the Mechanical Age, I was pretty sure it wasn't there. Then again, the note needn't be in one of their quarters, to be fair. Okay, let's look for the Evertorn page. Which one? Hang on, what did I just... Oh, I did do the wrong thing. That is the least useful thing I could have unflooded. I don't know that the Torn page is going to be in one of their quarters, but I think it pretty likely. Given that that's where we found the other Torn page. So we're looking for a torn piece of paper. Could be anywhere. A torn piece of paper I somehow missed the first time I came here. Which isn't that surprising. Not there. Could be in the other one's room. It's not like under the bed or something, is it? No. It's not like in one of these? I can't like open this up? Don't think so. Where's the shortcut? There it is. This is just a shortcut to the other area. Saves me going the long way. Right, down we go. Torn piece of paper. Can I move that? I can't. Not in there. Not in there. Bit macabre. Oh, we saw that same design in Akinar's accommodation on the Mechanical World, didn't we? Or in the Mechanical World. I'm really not seeing the torn piece of paper in here. On the ship, maybe? I don't think it's going to be in the generator area. I suppose it could be up the top. It's not going to be down the bottom because that whole area is flooded. Let me check the nice wood, isn't it? Nice looking planks. It's not like on the ground here, is it? No, that doesn't make sense because it would have got blown away. Right, move what's being pumped. Right, this area has been pumped. But again, this would have all been underwater. Which makes me think it's probably not in here. This just reveals the book, doesn't it? Yeah. No torn page in here. Where did I miss this torn page? It's not on the windowsill here, is it? No. Not up here? Well, if anyone sees this torn page, do let me know. I mean, I assume the other half is going to be a torn page, since we already have one half of it, and it was. Hummety hummety hum. That's just a reflection, isn't it? That's nothing of interest. Well, if I don't see it in a minute, I'll look up another hint. I'll look up more specifically where I find the torn page. Within, sorry, we're in Stone Ship, aren't we? Not Channelwood. I'll look up more specifically where we find the page in the Stone Ship age. Their rooms really are the logical place, though. Where did I find the other one? Because I still have that screenshot, don't I? Next to a bed. Oops. No, do not delete that screenshot. It would have been the other bed, though. Judging by the design. The other thing is, you have to remember, in the original version of this game, you couldn't move around freely. It was all point and click. Which makes me think it's not gonna be like that well hidden. Because you wouldn't have had the option to like look under tables and chairs in the first game. But the original. This is a remake, not a sequel. In theory, it could be in here? I don't see it though. Alright, one final check, sorry, of Akonar's room. And if I still don't find it, I'll look up another hint. Yeah, that's the sort of pattern of bed that Akonar prefers, isn't it? Yeah, they got me good. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Let's look up another hint. Okay, where is the Myst? Where is the torn page in the stone ship page? Inside the rooms of the sunken ship. Search the bedrooms, cabins at the top of the shipwreck, particularly inside drawers or desks. It is often found in a drawer in the bedroom on the upper level of the ship. But what are you talking about? No, that's the red or the blue page. I'm talking about the torn page. Where's the second torn note? Assuming you mean the right half, it's at the foot of Sirius's bed in the Channelwood Age. That's the one we found. Check stone ship for more, specifically Akanar's room. We're in Akanar's room. Have you checked the cartography table in his room? Okay, that's the thing we are literally looking at right now. I've checked both these drawers before. Oh, there's another tier of drawer. There's 3 tiers of drawer. Oh, I couldn't make it out properly before that those drawers that were multiple tiers of drawers. That'll be it. There it is. Oh, I feel dumb. Ah, well, we found it. Right. So, just let me copy this out. I'll copy out both halves and then we'll have a complete copy of the note. So, marker swi. I think I can't make out the other bit. The vault is Loka. The island of Achieved Very E. Instructions are full. Each of the marker turn everyone on position. And as a final step, there to the. Right, now let me check the other copy, the other half of that, which is in our notebook. Vault, switch, sorry, marker switch, vault, access, Island of Myst. The vault is located in very plain view. On the Island of Myst. And access can be achieved very easily if the simple instructions are if the simple instructions are followed. Shouldn't that be these simple instructions followed? I don't know. First, locate each of the marker switches on the island. Turn every one of these switches to the on position, then go to the garden, and as a final step, turn the marker switch there to the off position. We've got it. We've got the complete solution for access to the vault. Wonderful. I've forgotten what this actually gives us. And it may have changed in the remake. Still, progress is progress. I need to drain the water so that I can get to the book, don't I? The linking book that's going to let us get back home. I hope it's not water damaged now. That would be a terrible, terrible shame. I mean, if that, like, seriously, in terms of the lore of this world, if that book got damaged, we would be trapped here for, well, until we die. There would be no way back. There we go. We're good. The mechanism has taken good care of the book. So, what was I thinking? So the only question then is, what is the garden? Maybe this central bit? Is this the garden? Turn this off. I don't know, has that done it? I think it's the only one that could be the garden. But where is the vault? They say it's hiding in plain sight, but where? Let me read that message again. The vault is located in very plain view on the island of Myst, and access can be achieved very easily if the simple instructions are followed. First, locate each of the marker switches on the island, turn every one of these to the on position, then go to the garden, and as a final step, turn the marker switch there to the off position. I feel like this must be the garden, right? What else could that be? And it's now on the off position. So what's changed? They said it was in plain view, though. I don't think it would be underground. I mean, logically, you'd think it would be right next to the garden, wouldn't you? You know, you pull the switch and then suddenly something moves and, oh my goodness, the vault has been revealed. That would seem to make the most sense. You'd almost expect this to, like, lower and move out the way or something. We know there's a vault. We know it's on Myst Island. Alright, well, there is an alternative. Maybe this isn't considered to be the garden. If not, I don't know which one is. I don't see why it would be any of these, but we know the solution is all on but one, so that's what we try. Actually, I suppose there is another possibility. Slightly unlikely, but if there were another marker switch that I never discovered, that would do it. Because then they wouldn't all be on. That was off. That'll be it. That'll have been the problem. Hang on. That then makes me wonder... Was there additional information I could have got by lining it up with the observatory? No, I don't think so. That's lining up with the dock, and that's lining up with the... what was that thing? The tree. So there isn't additional information that I can gather. Still, that... So there's been no additional benefit to me discovering that, but it does mean that it does explain why we were having trouble a moment ago. There we go. Found the white page. Okay. I think that was needed for the good ending. I'm still missing some information for the good ending, though. I'd still need to... I'm pretty sure I need to use the white page with the thing you unlock in here, but for that I need a number. Oh well, we'll deal with that when we get to it. If you recall, the thing I was actually trying to do was get to Rime, and I just wasn't sure whether going to the vault would help. Alright, let's look up how do you get to Rime then. Myst. How to get to Age of Rime. You must first complete the main game, visit all ages, solve, say, prison book puzzle, and return to library. You have to enter the combination... Oh, I just read. You have to enter the combination from Catherine's note exactly. Hang on, let me save the game. So that we can reload if I muck this up. I don't think we ever found Catherine's note, but that's making me think that I can't go here whenever I want. That's making me... everything seems to be indicating I have to finish the game first. Which has thrown me slightly. Finish the game the correct way. Okay, everything's saying you have to finish it the correct way. Alright. Look at all those pages.
Finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Cirrus. I trust that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother Akbar is guilty, and I'm innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. Imprisoned by my father. I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. It was Father who was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of these books. such waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Akhenar has burnt and mutilated most of its books. Why? Our father was always watchful of our exploration. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted.
I'm assuming he's going to give us a hint to how we get through the chimney area.
It was
Could be wrong.
his thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Akhenar's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final journey. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim.
I don't think I've ever heard this before, so I'm starting to doubt that this is how we do it.
You are here to release me. Listen carefully.
Ah, here we go.
Must find one more page, and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves in this library, which is mostly burned, but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf.
Okay.
Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns.
Yes.
Find pattern 158. Recreate the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released. And able to reward you, of course.
158, you say?
Nor the blue page. That page finishes my brother's book. It chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another one. Where the red and blue pages reside.
There was
all
another
reside
book?
green.
Don't open it.
If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. Our father gave us this same warning long ago. I suggest you follow his advice. Go now. Soon we will be done with this place.
Yeah, probably not. Still, that gave me the information I needed. Shall we hear the other brothers? So for those that don't know, I mean, we are about to see anyway, so I may as well tell you. Both brothers, I've forgotten exactly what their plan was, but they were conspiring together. They were responsible for the burning of the books. I think they imprisoned their father, if I recall correctly. And so yeah, you don't want to release either of them. But shall we hear what the other one has to say?
Hello. I'm Akhenar. I'm glad to see that you have returned to help me escape from my wrongful imprisonment. It was Cirrus who did this to me. Cirrus, my wicked brother. Do not listen to him. I warn you. I warn you again. He is alive. Do not be persuaded by his evil lies. Do not release him. He killed my father. He will kill you. It began when my brother Cirrus began to lust for riches. He stole from the ages of Myst. He hoarded up riches for himself. While father slept away his watchfulness. My sick brother secretly pronounced himself king. King of the ages of Myst, he said. He began to look upon me in disgust. His lowly brother. I hated him. And then Cirrus began to destroy the ages of Myst. He burned their forests. He tore down their structures. He flooded their lands. He murdered their inhabitants. He completely destroyed all but 4 of the ages. Of course, I had to warn my father. And when I finally found him, there was Cirrus also, talking cleverly with the lying tongue of a serpent. He convinced father that it was I who had destroyed the ages. He convinced father that it was I who was greedy for wealth and plunder. And as Cirrus dealt the final blow, he tricked father into believing that I was the murderer. But Cirrus did not deal as fast a blow as he had planned, and his father died a slow death. He at last doubted my brother's clever lies. And so, in dying, father imprisoned us both, unsure from which of us the blow had come. I swear to you, what I say is the truth. Release me. You must release me. My brother is a deceitful liar and deserves punishment. I only wish vengeance for my dear father's wrongful murder. Believe me. You must only recover 1 additional page to release me from this prison. It is the easiest to find. Go to the bookshelf that's in this library. On the far side of the middle shelf, there's a burned book, which is different from the other burned books. This book is filled with patterns. Find pattern 158. Mimic its design on the panel in the fireplace. Doing this will bring you to the last blue page. Remember, don't take the red page. Take only the blue page and return it quickly to me. Oh, and do not touch the green book. It is a clever trap to imprison those who have not been warned. Do not be tempted, for you will rot and die, imprisoned as I am. I tell you, if you follow my instructions, it will be well worth your while.
Both trying to bribe us.
That. Go. Go.
So that's their stories. Anyway, they both said 158, didn't they? Oh, and the game even put me on that page right away. That was awfully nice of it. Right, how long is it? It's 8 by 6. 8 by 6. Because I'm going to need to copy out this pattern so that I can fill it in. Okie dokie. So first of all, I'm going to need a grid, which is suitably large. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so top row is complete, bottom row is complete. Then the second column, that's complete. Parts of the next column, and parts of the column that follow it. And then the second to last column's complete. Right, I think I've got the pattern. Let's try that out, shall we? So, if you haven't guessed yet, based on the things that I've been saying and the things you've been seeing in game, they were conspiring to exploit the ages of Myst. Their father didn't like it, and so they imprisoned him in a book. That's essentially what's going on. I don't remember how it ended up in the situation that their father was imprisoned in the book, but there were the pages to the book was also to the books that he imprisoned them in. So hang on, let me deal with this in proper order. They were conspiring. They wanted to do terrible things to the ages of Myst. Their father found out. He imprisoned both of them in books, but didn't know that they had previously set up a trap book that's green to trap him in it. But somehow he ended up that trap book ended up being in the same location that their father deposited the last green page. The last blue page and the last red page. There we go, solved the fireplace puzzle. And here we are. The red and blue pages and the book. Are we on an ad break? We're on an ad break, so I will refrain from opening the green book until after the ad break, because that finished the base game. Not the base game, what am I trying to say? The original. That's how the original game finishes. Normally this would be the end of the game, but I am assured there is a little bit more to it in the remake. So yes, just wait till the end of the ad break then. And then we'll check out the end of the game. Slightly annoyed that I ended up spoiling myself a bit. Like, for example, finding out that we can find the code to the to get to the Age of Rime from a note from Catherine, but given that I was under the impression that you could access Rime from the start of the game, I obviously thought I'd missed something. It wouldn't, and I'm not even sure I would have completed the game anyway, had I known. If I hadn't known otherwise, because in the original game, when you finish the game, that's it. Like, there's a cutscene and then you can't continue playing. So that really wasn't. I really don't think that's obvious at all. Anywho, ad break's nearly at an end. There we go.
Who the devil are you? Don't come here to Dunny, not yet. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend, as you no doubt have for me.
Bit quiet, isn't it?
Perhaps my story is
Hang on, I'm not sure I was meant to do that. We'll see. This is where the game usually ends.
Ah, my friend, you've returned. And the page. Did you bring the page?
Yep.
You've done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make. My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do. I shall return shortly.
So that's where the original game ended. In fact, I don't think he even went through. And this is also the exact location where Riven would start. But again, it would be a cutscene. You wouldn't be able to walk around in here.
It is done.
Actually, maybe I'm talking rubbish. I think I did manage to continue
Writing cannot wait.
in the original game, because I seem to remember seeing the results of what he had done.
Catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife, Catherine,
Maybe I am talking rubbish.
hostage. Oh, and a reward. I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst and the books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope you find your exploration satisfying. You'll no longer have my sons to deal with. Oh, and one more thing.
Yes?
I'm fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever imagine. At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance. Until that point, I'm afraid you'll enjoy the explorations from my library on Myst. Thank you. The book. You can use the Myst linking book to return to Myst.
In case you hadn't picked up on it. Okay. Well, that's fantastic, but how do I... How do I find this note from Catherine, his wife? I mean, the guide I was looking at online did say that you needed to finish the game the normal way. Oh, that must be it. Yeah, I remember seeing this before, so I think I'm talking rubbish. I think they must have, I think in the original Myst they must have let you come back. My friend, now that you've seen the destruction brought by Cirrus and Akanar, you no doubt have a very specific idea of who they were. Greedy, envious, hateful men. But there is one more page to turn, one last age, where I hope you might see them as I did. As my sons. Atreus, that's who we just spoke to. Rime, Volume 1. Rime, I have named it. A desolate age with a beauty that is quite different than I had expected or imagined. The intricate feathers of ice that fall from the sky are awe-inspiring. I feel as though I could sit and watch them for hours. And though it is cold here, like I have never experienced before, I find myself enjoying the change of temperature, for it is unlike any other place that I've ever seen before. Perhaps the oddest thing is the silence. Although the winds blow on occasion when it ceases, there is a suffocating silence that falls on this place, broken only by the distant cries of unseen creatures. I have visited 3 times, and am sure that this age will provide the environment I need. I believe the cold temperature is crucial for obtaining the necessary refraction of light. Why would cold temperature affect refraction of light? Examining the structure of the books is ever more perplexing, but I am driven onward by my need to understand. The great tree of possibilities can never be fully grasped, but I must at least try to find one particular branch. Of course, the chance of using a blank linking book to find one specific age amongst the infinite variations that must exist is infinitesimal, like searching for a specific grain of sand on the beach. The only workable solution is to focus the connection of a damaged, unusable linking book. Perhaps I can bridge this much smaller gap. On the subject of enlightenment, I would also like to find the cause of the mysterious lights that shine in the darkness here. I would say this text here was not in the original game, and it does actually clarify a point that was left ambiguous in the original game, which is when you create a linking book, are you creating a new age that never existed before, or are you just transporting yourself through the multiverse? Are you only creating a link to a place that already existed? And this seems to be favouring the latter interpretation. Though I never assumed that I would be able to build especially fast here, the speed at which I am progressing is somewhat disappointing. I do think I will bring Cirrus and Akanar as well as some of the machinery from the Selenic. Akanar chose to stay with Catherine, and while Cirrus was unhappy about the prospect of exploring a new age without his brother, he was still excited to come. He has spent the last few days here with me, helping with the beginning phases of construction. He too seems to enjoy the ice and cold weather. He is intrigued with the crystals that we have brought with us. He has been a big help, as have others, and I hope to be able to begin my experiments here soon. Tonight, Cirrus and I found a wondrous spot to view the lights, although it seems they decided to hide from us. After sitting in I wonder what the lights are. After sitting in the cold winds for over 2 hours, we saw nothing. It was rather disappointing. Cirrus will return to Myst tomorrow. He has been a tremendous aid to me, and I am thankful for his willingness to help. He is excited to tell Akanar about his adventures, and it's clear to me how much he has missed his brother's company. The hard part of the construction is over, although I've decided after tonight that I would like to add some kind of observation post. I won't be finished as soon as I had hoped, although I am fairly certain it will be worth the delay in the long run. This must be the buildings they were making. I've decided to take a break from the construction, now that the tunnel is almost complete. I'm quite convinced that with the right refraction, certain properties of the ink can be simulated. That's presumably the special magical ink they use to make the linking books. When I try to explain my theory to Catherine, she laughs and tells me I'm trying to hold infinity in a bottle. She laughs and I laugh. Maybe she is right, but I must try regardless. I came too close to success on Everdunes. Besides, if all that comes from this effort is spent time with my sons, it will have been worthwhile. I'm fairly certain now that temperature indeed does have an effect on the refraction properties of the crystals, but I've realised that temperature alone is not enough. Each crystal responds differently to the lower temperatures. Controlling the particulars is proving challenging. Perhaps focusing on another, more attractive goal in the short term will help. I should finish the shaft to my observation post while I have the machinery here, perhaps tomorrow morning. The lights were beautiful again last night. They've not shown themselves for so long that I almost had forgotten their beauty. I still must find the cause. I'm feeling rather overwhelmed with what remains to be done. I've made no progress on the crystal. The shaft is not finished, nor is the observation post, or even the lab. I've not seen Catherine for some time, and I long to spend more time with Achenar and Cirrus. Besides all that, there are far away in the back of my mind the thoughts of my people and our lost city. I dreamt again of them last night. I've seen the city in its worst condition, and still, its beauty overwhelmed me. Even now, as I visualise how majestic it must have been before the destruction caused by Veophis and Agaris, it amazes and saddens me. I have no idea who those are. In all the games, I don't recognise those names. It's possible that I've just forgotten them, and they could have been like the big bads in one of the games, but they don't ring a bell. I'm certain that Denis is not dead as my father believed. I'm convinced that there must be some who managed to escape the destruction and even now continue to survive in separate ages. Within me is an urging to take the chance and return to Denis to find these survivors and properly rebuild our city. However, I can do nothing until I'm certain of the fate of my father. If my plan failed, if I missed a single book when attempting to trap him on Riven, that's a sequel game, and also a location, then he'll be free all along. Then he has been free all along. If that is true, then all that stands between him and the ages I've now written is the link from Denis to Myst. As much as I wish to return to Denis, without knowing the fate of my father, I cannot risk re-establishing that link. I must observe my father without re-establishing that link. It has been several years and there have been many dead ends, but the solution is out there somewhere. I know it. At least I hope. Catherine will have her ideas about all these things, and I miss her greatly. I'll return to Rime later, when my mind is cleared. Oh! And that's showing you how to move the... That's showing you the contraption that we've... Oh, 1989. That's the code we need. That's how we get to Rime. That was the missing piece. And that's actually showing us the solution to the other puzzle, or at least part of it, that I solved earlier just by chance. Okay. So it was 1989, wasn't it? Wonderful. We can go to Rime. I believe, anyway. As I say, I've never been here before. Looks like that's done something. Wait, is that behind me? Yep. So this is all going to be new to me. Never seen this before. Never. So it's in some sort of ice age, I suppose. I wonder if the lights are like the northern lights. The Aurora Borealis, or if it's something else entirely. No idea what we have to do here, if anything, since we've already finished the base game. It'll be interesting. Oh, I need to update the on-stream information. I just noticed that is very out of date. Oh, what was it called? The Mechanical Age. That's complete. Mechanical complete. What was the other one? Channelwood, Selenitic. I'm missing one of the ages. Stone Ship. Stone Ship complete. Rime ongoing. Wow. Something over there. As I say, I have literally never been here before. I have no idea what to expect. I guess like the other... Because there's no linking book back, so I guess like the other ages in Myst 1, the only challenge there is... Oh, arrive on Rime. One more page to turn. I guess the only challenge there is to like find your way back to a linking book so you can get back to Myst. Complete puzzles until that's accomplished. You can see how much I've slowed down, can't you? Now to observe things, now that I know I'm going somewhere I've never been before, I'm being a lot more careful about not missing important clues. Right, multiple multiple lights. Not, they don't look so beautiful that I think they could be the lights that were described in the book, but multiple light sources that have been set up. Okay. It is very beautiful here. Brickwork, buildings. Oh dear, that was some bad frame drop. Don't know what caused that. Hello, can I can turn that. Well, that's going to be connected to a puzzle, clearly. In fact, I'm even going to write that down. There are valves on Rime. I kind of expected this to be a more watery place. I thought it would be Rime, like Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Valves. And pipes. Something I need to keep an eye out for, because we don't yet know what those do. But they're connected to something. To state the obvious. Huh. Ah, to that? Can I... Is this some sort of oven that I can... start? Doesn't work. This whole place looks completely frozen. Ooh, look, a ladder. A ladder that I presumably need to drop down somehow. I'm wondering if turning that was the right thing to do, but that I need to turn some more valves elsewhere. Right, that won't... I can't bring the ladder down because it's the little catch is frozen in place. Right, so I need to get power to there to defrost the room in order to... Well, I assume it's gas or something that this runs on. I need to get fuel to that furnace, that stove, whatever it is, to heat the room so that I can bring the ladder down. Right. Ladder, catch, frozen. Made a note of that. Can I go through here? Also frozen in place. Okay. I mean, technically I should make a note of that as well, but if I solve one, I solve the other, and they're right next to each other, so... there's probably no desperate need. Oh, why not? Plus door. There we go. Right, what else do we have? I'm really concerned because this wasn't in the original game and you have to complete the game to get to it. My concern is that this might be some sort of area that they've added to really like challenge the best. Yeah, like, ooh, a whale. Okay. Whale through telescope. I'm thinking if they didn't make the puzzles here really hard, there's a danger that people wouldn't be, experienced players wouldn't be happy with them. That's my concern. Oh, who made the Myst series? Was it Cyan? I think it was. I should remember. Well, we found something here. Okay. I don't know what this machine is, but it might be some sort of pump. Don't know why it would be creating a continuous flame if it were. But with any luck, that's got some sort of gas or oil pumping through here. Yes. Oh, you can see everything defrosting. I bet this feels wonderful. Imagine just imagine being transported through a book. And then, oh wow, look, they've actually made it so that the heat creeps through the room. The whole room didn't defrost all simultaneously. It really did spread out from there. There's light coming from under that table for some reason. That's interesting. Imagine travelling through a book, finding yourself in a frozen wasteland, freezing cold, and then you finally get the heating working. Okay, here we go. Property of Cirrus. It's very exciting to get to see one of Father's ages so soon after he completes it. He usually makes us wait so long before allowing us to visit. He told me Rime would be cold, but I was still completely surprised by just how much breathing in the air hurt. Father gave me this journal for my Rime observations. He said that Akinar would also get one when he visits, and not to spoil the surprise, I hope I can convince my brother to come next time. Now that I'm more used to the cold, I can see how beautiful the place is. Father's skill with the art is amazing. That's the art of creating books. And yeah, that's that as I say, that's like that open question. Are they creating new places and as a byproduct getting a link to it? Or did these places already exist and they are just fabricating a link to the place that already existed? Father explained his theories about the Everdunes crystals today. He wants to try to build a machine to view ages without linking to them. He hopes that the crystals will refract light through the linking panels and show what's on the other side. It sounds impossible, but I know he can figure it out. I've begun my experiments on the crystals. Father asked me to find a way to control how much each crystal refracts light. He even gave me my own workspace, just like his. I'll start by leaving each crystal out in the cold for different lengths of time to see if the different temperature changes anything. I can solve this. I know it. And here's a diagram, which may be useful later on. Seems like there's a book that's underneath a building. Maybe the building we're in right now. Hard to say. Not sure what the diagram of the down arrows is trying to tell us. Father has asked me to return home to Myst. I hope it's not because I'm distracting him. I know I have a lot of questions, but he asked me to do these experiments. I just want to keep trying to figure it out. Akinar decided to join me this time. Watching his shock at the cold was very amusing. Father has built more dwelling space, and now we have a wonderful spot to view the lights. He asked us to help him finish the construction, but soon I will return to my crystal experiments. I've come up with some new ideas while away that I'm excited to test. I'm not having much success with the crystals. The amount of refraction is always changing. I can't seem to get a constant reading. It's very frustrating. But I realised something. I think Father's approach might be wrong. There's just no way to get reliable refraction from these crystals like this. I think I have an idea to solve it, but I don't know how to bring it up. I don't want to sound foolish to Father. Maybe he knows best and I just don't see things like he does. Akinar encouraged me to tell Father about my ideas, so at last I did. He called it brilliant. He started working with Akinar to build a machine to cut the crystals straight away. It's nice to see my ideas accepted so quickly without being told they're unworkable or unsound. Why would he underline those or even mention that? It seems like that may have been something that's happened to him in the past. We're back from Myst again. It was a nice break from all the snow and ice. Father asked us to return to Rime without him, which he only does when he needs to talk to Mother about something serious. Why can't they just say what they want in front of me? I'm not a child anymore. When I'm grown and have sons of my own, I won't ever hide serious things from them. We finally saw the whales tonight. We heard their song once in a while, but they've never come close enough for us to see until now. From the big cliff behind the observation tower, we saw a massive whale appear in the cave, followed by 2 smaller ones. Sorry, cove. That makes more sense. Father said there were 3 of them just like us. Then he laughed and called us his little whale calves, which got a groan from me and a baleful of snow from Akanar. Oh, sorry, a handful of snow from Akanar. I wanted to stay out and keep watching, but Father lectured me about how it was too dangerous to be there alone. I protested, but he gave me that sad look. That means let it go. I mean, that's a Frozen reference, isn't it? Fine. I'll just wait until tonight, then go. I'm so sorry, Father and Mother. If I die, I'm so sorry. My brother bandaged me up and said that my thick skull protected me, but I know it could have been a lot worse if he hadn't found me. Akana, thank you, and I'm sorry. I've been back working with Father for a few days now, but I've been too tired to write. I keep needing to take breaks to sit and rest because my side still aches quite a lot. Akana keeps giving me looks, but I'll be okay. I want to see this to the end. We're very close to completing the crystal in crystal what? Imager. We're very close to completing the crystal imager, but I'm really nervous. What if it doesn't work? We will have to start all over again. It sounds like we'll find out tomorrow. Sorry, will we have to? It works! We saw Myst Island. We were able to see Stone Ship by adjusting the lenses. I can't believe it. My brother and I keep going back and forth between books, reading out the lens settings and viewing each age over and over again as if it were a game. Father seems more relieved that the work is finally completed. I'm sure he misses Mother too. I can't wait to return home and tell her what I did. What we did. That is going to be a massive clue. Yellow to that symbol to 10. Pink to that symbol to 7, etc. But hang on. 1 and 7 have the exact same symbol, although different colours. Something to be borne in mind, I think. We'll have to see if... We'll have to see what we can make of that when we actually have, you know, a puzzle in front of us that seems to use that information. Another gift journal from Father. He doesn't quite get that I barely use these. Then again, here I am writing it, so I guess I shouldn't complain. It's always a kind gesture. My brother was right. The lights in the sky are unbelievable to see firsthand. The way they dance and shimmer behind the clouds fills me with a kind of peace that's hard to put into words. Sirius paces when he's either trying to work out a difficult problem or when he's upset. Tonight it's upset pacing. Head down, staring at the wall. Big wide shoulders. Usually I just let him stew until he sorts it out, but he's going on for hours like this. Guess I'll just have to be the big brother and talk him through it. Turns out he was upset because he thinks Father's ideas for crystals are wrong and he's too nervous to admit it to him. I always knew Father's opinions mattered a lot to Sirius, but he needs to get past this idea that Father can never be wrong. Working outside for too long causes a dull ache behind my eyes. Oh, like a migraine. Well, that starts dull and can become quite sharp. Even the normal light here is off somehow. I'm not sure how they deal with it. Maybe my brother's thick skull blocks it out. Seriously, for reading this, that was a joke. Don't go crying to Father. Father asked me to help him design and build a device for cutting the crystals into thin sheets. From the big grin Sirius' face, it's clear that this was the big idea he was afraid to share. Looks like I was right, again. The little brat thinks he's so sneaky. I'm watching you over there, scribbling down your little plans. Look at you. You think no one knows what you're planning, but I do. Guess I'll have to keep an eye on him. So these must be doodles he's done of his brother, Sirius. Foolish child, foolish, pea-brained fool. I was right. He snuck out to watch for those whales, slipped and cracked his head on some ice. Could have gone right off the edge if I hadn't been there. Writing just... I have something to put my mind to. His injury seemed severe at first, but after cleaning it, I can see that it isn't serious. A big scrape on his side and a really good knock on the head were the worst of it. He begged me to not tell Father, as if there was any chance I would. As clever as he is, Sirius is still just a child. Told Father First felt ill and needed a day to sleep it off. He nodded and immediately asked me to help him with his work. I know he cares for both of us, but it would kill him to be at least a little concerned. I have to admit, it was nice to spend the day working together, just us. It's been a long time since we've done that. Father absorbed in the final touches of his book device, so I doubt he'll notice if I repurpose some of the leftover parts from Stone Ship. I have a little project of my own in mind. Shouldn't take more than a few hours if I just bolt the entire thing to the railing. Father's device works. Being able to see Channel Wood without physically being there is truly unbelievable. For all their kind words about how much I contributed, I know this is more of their achievement than mine. They deserve to be proud. And here we have more of those diagrams that show us a link between colours and symbols and numbers. And again, we have duplicates. Well then, we'll have to see what if anything. Well, I'm sure it means something. We'll have to find out what those mean in due course. Nevertheless, that was productive. We oh my goodness. There we go. We I didn't even mean to do that. Oh, it didn't. Did it not take a picture? Oh, it did. Delete that. Yep. Right, where was I? Hello, Mike. You still doing alright? Blimey, what's going on here then? These must be heating elements or something. Heating and lighting, I would guess. What was I going to say? Yep, that was productive. We learned a lot more about what was going on in this age. And we also gained some useful puzzle solving information. Yeah, just reorganising my room a little bit, switching it up a little bit. I see. Tidying things up a bit. Right, is this going to take us deep underground? Or can I go up? I can go up. Interesting. I wonder if this takes us to the observation tower we've heard so much about. Seems like it. Interesting. Well, isn't that curious? Oh my. I don't know what that's doing. Trigger the aurora in the sky in Rime. Oh. Wait, can I choose the aurora colours using this? I think because it's ongoing I can. Oh, there we go. So could I have, for example, a gold colour? And what do we want for the other colour? Purple? Pink? Purpley pink? Golden pink, please. I don't know if there's any point to this, mind you. There we go. Well then. We know what the device does now. Right, well with that information... Well, I figured out what the valves and pipes were doing and the ladder to unlock the... Sorry, the heat in the room to unlock the ladder and the door. I do wonder if I need to turn the sky to a specific colour at some point. Aurora colours. What I am going to do is write down their values. So, what do we have here? Do I have a page with... yeah, I can use this page. So, you go roughly from white to yellow to pink to purple to blue to cyan to green. And I'm noting this down so that I can have a rough idea of what numbers correspond to each colour. It doesn't have to be precise, it just has to be roughly right. Yellow's about 300, pink is about 500, purple's going to be what, 600-ish? Yeah, 600-ish. Blue is 700, 800, 900, 800 cyan, and green's about 1,000. Okay. So we know roughly what their ranges are now. What we do with this information, I don't know. Won't let me go any higher, which is fair enough. So I wonder if at some point it's genuinely going to be useful to change the sky to a particular colour, perhaps to contact the whales or something, I don't know. Now I'm guessing this goes down to the underground area where we saw the book? No, it doesn't. Okay. What do I do with this information then? I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, write notes here. I can add notes to images. Blimey. With the way that light and that whale intersected, it almost looked like it had glowing eyes. Although of course I realised it didn't. Was that where we were? I think it must have been. So what I'm thinking is, to be able to progress this any further, we're going to need to either go to a new area or access an item we didn't otherwise have access if something like opens up. And so I guess that's the question. Where is there anything that I've missed? Primary objectives within Myst are now met. Attention shifts to Rime. A cordial welcome to all joining. I'll take theories from chat if anyone has any ideas. Again, I have never done this before. This has been added in the remake to the game. I have no prior knowledge of this place. I'm as in the dark as I imagine most of you are. So we read the 2 books upstairs by the 2 sons, Akanar and Cirrus. We currently have nothing from Atus, was that his name? The father? This could be a clue. This. It just seems to be depicting the whales. On the whales' route, the path they take? What's the significance of that? Why would I want to know what path the whales take? See, the problem is, something like this, it could be a massive clue to how to solve a puzzle. It could be the key piece of information, or it could equally just be set dressing. Both are possible. The thing that bothers me is the only new area we seem to have access to is up the top here, where we can trigger the aurora. But I have seen nothing that would seem to indicate to me what values we would want to give it. Or indeed what the effect would be. You know, supposing I figured out what... Oops, wrong area. Suppose I actually figured out what colours we needed for the aurora. What's it actually going to do? 12, 9, 6, 2. I don't really recognise a pattern there. 1, 4, 7, 10. Again, I don't really recognise... Oh, wait, these are 3 apart. 1 plus 3 is 4, plus 3 is 7, plus 3 is 10. What about here? Plus 4, plus 3, plus 3. So no real pattern there. Am I trying to fill everything in exactly? Is that the idea? So how many rings are there? 1, 2, 3, and then an inner section. Okay. I could have pure... I could create pure white. Potentially. I don't know if there would be any reason to do that, but it would be possible. It would have to be cyan and yellow. Hang on. Do these correspond to the colours? Not very well. Because I was looking at like the values, like could 4 be 400? I don't think it could. That doesn't add up. How do I know which one's supposed to be the top one and which one's supposed to be the bottom? What does 12 even mean in this context? Is there a specific total I'm trying to reach? I'm going to have another quick look at those books. I want to see if there's anything in those books that's a hint. I mean, you know, obviously we've already looked through the books, but you know what I mean, like, and there are hints in there, but I wonder if they're, to the specific problem I'm looking at, telling which, I want to know if there's any information that would help me decide why I would pick, which book is telling me which should be the top colour and which one's telling me which should be the bottom, and, what these numbers mean. Black and blue. Is that a clue to the colours in the sky? Do you have a picture of the aurora as well? No, you don't. This is telling me how to get to the linking book. I don't know what that is. Is that telling me the temperature has to be right so that we can get down to the book? Special glasses to see something? Maybe? Rocks coming in at all possible, all different angles. Hang on, these two have the exact same symbol. So if... I think we could rule those out as being used as part of some sort of solution, because they would be redundant. You wouldn't know which one to use. So it would have to be one of those two. And you don't have one that just has the middle bit. Oh, but then there's a duplicate fully uncoloured symbols as well. Do you get the feeling I'm just missing something? Something that would tie this all together? It jolly well seems like it, doesn't it? Would there be any benefit to freezing this place? We know that... I'm not allowed. Okay. I was going to say, we know that these crystals change their properties at different temperatures. I was wondering if it was possible that freezing the place again, now that I have access to more rooms, would change something. I'm not allowed to mess with that either. Nope. All the game seems to be pointing me to just keep going, move forwards. Because nothing behind me I can change, but... I don't know, I just feel like I don't have enough information yet. I wonder why they had two sets of doors there, instead of just one. 200 to 1000. That's the other thing. So where would values of 12 come in? Because... hold on. Where are those notes? What happens if I match them up? Can I match them up colour for colour? Cyan 1. Cyan 12. So it's yellow, pink, purple and cyan. This is different. They both have yellow, they both have cyan. You could argue the purples could be blue. It's a bit ambiguous, but you have pink and you have white. That doesn't figure. I was wondering if those were the key. They don't have any duplicate numbers, do they? 1, 4, 7, 10. 2, 6, 9, 12. No, they don't. Duplicate symbols? I think they do. 10, 12 and 6 all belong to a set. 4, A 9 belong to a set. And pink. Sorry. 7 and 1 belong to a set. Along with 2, is that? Yeah. Is that the clue? Three in each set, isn't there? I think. Is that true? No, I don't think it could be. There's not enough colours for that to be true. 3 in 2 sets and 2 in another set. Then it must be the set of 2. Surely. Okay, which is the set of 2? 9 and 4. And one's blue and one's purple. Hang on. Could that be the, like, smallest digit or something? Then why would you have a 10? That doesn't quite figure. But I'm wondering if it's like a blue plus 4 or something. Blue 4. Blue 9? Sorry. Blue 9, purple 4. Hey, Mike. Oh, hang on. It went straight from 8 to... It went straight from 7, 8 to 80. Oh, you go up in 20s, do you? Alright. Why 20s? So there's 40 possible... Wait, no, 41 possible values that each could have. Based on that. Alright. Let's go back to those pages. This column still confuses me. Why didn't they just label their columns? Their columns and their rows? Could it be a combination? Enter this, then that, then that, then that. Maybe. How's the room reorganizing coming along? If you don't mind my asking. It has to be something to do with the auroras, surely. But what is it? I don't think the devs would have expected me to guess colours based on how they appear on screen. Like, if they wanted me, I don't think they would expect me to put in a specific yellow based on a yellow they've drawn on a screen, because there's going to be, you know, a dozen different values that all give various shades of yellow. Are these in order? We know it goes from white, then it goes to yellow, then it goes to blue, then cyan. It is in order. So, like, a lower value does correspond to... Hang on. Let's write this down then. So we have 2 for white. For blue... Hang on, I've skipped yellow. For yellow we have 6. For blue we have 9 here. And then for a greenish cyan we have 12. I'm calling that green. It could be cyan. But they are... My point is... They do seem sorted. They do seem to be in the order you would expect. But this one seems like maybe the reverse. Yellow is 10. Pink is 7. Blue is 4, or is that purple? And the greenish one is 1. I'm not sure I've categorized them correctly, but that much I am... We've identified that in one case they've got them in ascending order, and the other case they've got them in descending order, if that makes sense. Like, the numbers that we don't know what they mean that were in the notebook, in one case, as they go up, we move to the right of the spectrum. In the other case, as they go up, we move the other way. We move to the left of the spectrum. What that means, I don't know. But, I note it. I observe it, and I note it. That is beautiful, you have to admit. And those symbols. The symbols which there is no pattern to. These ones. If I could find like a pair of these symbols somewhere or something, it could be a massive clue. Hello? What does this do? Oh my goodness. We were missing something. Oh, so there was me. Hold on, I want to go down the bottom to see if I'm missing something else down there. But we were spending ages trying to figure out what's the solution to the Aurora Borealis puzzle. And in reality, it was just there was a button I didn't realise I could press. Right, we don't get a button here. Doesn't mean there's not an area hidden behind there, though. Because it could be that I have to press the button that appears over here first. And then press down. Well, let's press it up first. Can't go up any further. Can go down. Here we go. This is going to be a secret area. And I can keep going down. My oh my. This is a major breakthrough. Alright, well, where do we want to look first? There's 3 new areas that have just opened up to us. Interesting. Oh, a linking book back to Myst. We could go back now if we wanted. Not that there'd be any point, since we clearly haven't discovered everything that there is to discover here. Aww. That must be Catherine, Cirrus, and Akanar. Rime Volume 2. Before spending any more time with my experiments, I've decided that I must finish construction. I brought both Cirrus and Akanar this time. The shaft is almost finished, as is the observation post. Both boys prefer inside where it is warm, protected from the cold. Neither of them shows any real desire to leave. I cannot remember the last time my son spent so much time with me in an age. Last night Cirrus came to me with a hypothesis that may solve the crystal refraction issue entirely. His suggestion involved cutting the crystals into thin lenses before attempting to filter light through them, an idea that came to him while thinking about the properties of my eyeglasses. I can't help but smile at the idea of Cirrus watching me stare through the solution right on my nose. Take a picture of that, because there's diagrams. It is an unconventional approach, but its reasoning is sound. With Akanar's help, I believe we can repurpose some of the equipment already in the workroom to fashion these crystal lenses. Progress on the lenses is slow, as the crystals are prone to shatter if handled incorrectly. Despite the setbacks, my sons are wholly engrossed in the task, and seeing them work together gives me great hope for the future. I long for the day I can bring them to Denis to see its beauty for themselves, and I know they will prove themselves indispensable to any restoration efforts I might undertake. Bit of reverse foreshadowing there. Eventually I will need to tell them about Riven, but there is much to do before it becomes a concern. The lenses have been completed. Tonight we will return to Myst Island and to Catherine. It has been too long without the warmth of either, and we deserve a break. While there, I will need to collect some additional linking books. It brings me no joy, but the only way to test the devices is to intentionally damage several of them and ensure the devices can still create a focused image. That makes sense. We only spent a day with Catherine before returning. I was still working up the courage to ask her for it, but before I could begin speaking, she placed the book in my hands. It was the waterlogged linking book to Riven I had thrown into the sea the moment we were back in Myst. Free of my father. I knew destroying the book was only a symbolic gesture, as the descriptive book still remained in Kavir, but I was young and angry. I remember Catherine swimming out to retrieve it despite my objections. You should keep it. You may want it later, she told me. At the time the idea upset me. Why would I want a reminder of that place? But once again she was right. We said our goodbyes and I returned to Rime, humbled by her foresight and love, as well as a note she'd secretly tucked under the book's cover. It's been several days with no progress. No matter how we alternate the lenses, only the faintest, blurriest image appears. Did I damage the books too severely? Is the number of lenses too few or too many? The number of variables feels insurmountable. The boys find their own methods of encouragement. They have not given up hope, and so I must follow their example. For now, I have decided to refocus my efforts on the lights in the night sky. Although I originally thought the effect to be an organic one, I now believe it to be electromagnetic in origin. I think the effect could be triggered somehow. It's something we'll have to try. I doubt either of my sons was expecting the amount of work it would take. It's turned out to be a challenge working above the cold water where the wind cuts through the clothing and skin like a sharp knife. Still, even amidst the dark cold, they're driven to complete the task. It is a side of them I've not seen before. The towers are finished. The power they require is conducted directly through saline sea, alleviating the need for wires and enabling us to locate the towers a comfortable distance away. We are close enough now. Oh, we are close now. Hang on, if they're conducting it through the sea, A, I don't think that would work, and because I don't think salt water's as good a conductor as you think it is, and B, even if you managed it, wouldn't that electrocute the sea life? We're close now. Tomorrow, after adjusting the voltage, we will see just how close. This morning as we worked, I noticed Akana rubbing his eyes and groaning under his breath. Until now I'd simply assumed it was fatigue. But he then asked if either Sirius or I ever got headaches from how strange the light is here compared to other ages. It took a few moments for the full weight of the observation to hit me. Akana had inadvertently noticed that the frequency of the visible light in Rime is completely unique to this age. Something so important yet so subtle that it had gone unseen thus far. Of course the lenses could not focus the linking panels of the books. They were calibrated assuming a standard frequency range. We shall repurpose the towers to allow the manipulation of the lights in the sky and project it through the lenses, giving us much finer control. We'll need to find the correct combined frequency. Right, so that's a big clue. Hang on. 1620. Right, so that's probably what I need to do. Construct an additional tower to transfer the light to the imaging device, but I believe that work will go quickly. We're so close now, I can feel it. Another hard day, but we have erected the final tower. I'm too tired to write tonight. Tomorrow we test Akanar's theory. Akanar and Sirif have some kind of shared secret they are keeping from me. I admit to great curiosity about what it could be, but I believe it is better to let them have something that is theirs alone. Truth be told, I'm glad to see them relying on each other more. It's taken longer than I could have imagined, but this morning we were able to get a nearly perfect view of an age for its damaged book. It is an incredible sensation, like standing in two worlds at once. It's so much more than I could have done alone. The boys are so proud and want to return to Myst Island immediately to tell their mother about it, which is just as well. It's time they learned about Riven. So we know the combined value should be 1620. That's helpful, but I don't think on its own that tells us enough. I think there's probably another clue hidden around here somewhere. Still, major progress. Thinking about it, I haven't done the exact calculations, but I think that does massively reduce the possible range of values all on its own. Hello. We found it. After all these years, I recognised it in an instant. Infinity in a bottle. And so this is a damaged part of a solution table because it's become all wet. Okay. This is telling me numbers and symbols to types of rock. Ever dunes. Crystal observations. Max distance between the height of the top and bottom lenses cannot exceed 11 steps. Okay. It seems the light is unable to penetrate the ink of the book if the distance is too great. To allow for needed refraction, no two sequential lenses can have 4 matching iris size. Oh, can have a matching iris size. Okay. Each lens color frequency must be unique. To compensate for... Hang on. To compensate for its extreme refraction, any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. High, frec, small, iris. Okay. If a lens sits between two small irises, it must be equal in distance to both. Equal dist Between small. Lens frequency must decrease in order as they get close to the book. Can increase or decrease, but they must do so in order. Even with the alternation of the base crystal shape into a flat lens, the laws of physics cannot be circumvented. Okay. That's clearly another experiment. Alright. Ribbon. Stone ship. Okay. Okay. Is this taking light from above? Yeah, I think it must be. Hang on. Ah, 5. I see. Okay, 3 iris sizes. We can move values up and down. Four lenses and the colour from the sky. This is a lot of variables. A lot of variables. Let's go to the final area we haven't been yet. Oh, I left that aurora in the sky. Really? Nothing? So we've got all the information we can get then. This appears to be a... oh no, there is something here. I think. Maybe. Possibly. Nope. Seems like a dead end. Oh dear. Well, I comprehend the gist of what's going on here. So we need to get the right lens settings along with the right light. But how would I determine what those should be for any given book? I don't think they've given us enough information for that. How would I know, for example, what the Riven book needs? This must be for the different ages. Ah. Alright, so they're giving me colours. Yes, it's colour, lens aperture, and height. That's what those tables are telling me. I get it. I get it now. So, I actually only have 2 complete solutions and one one incomplete solution. But I don't know. There's two variables I don't know. I don't know in the case of Cirrus and Akenar's journals which worlds they were looking at. I could work that out by trial and error because there's not actually that many books. That would not take long. But what would be more troublesome is that I still haven't figured out what we need to set the Aurora Borealis to show. It says correct combined frequency. I mean, there's going to be so many different ways I could make that value. Do you mean that any 2 colours that happen to add up to 1620 is going to work? Well, let's try it. That's easy to test. Very easy to test. I'll probably just go for 1620. I mean, separately, as opposed to doing anything fancy. Why complicate things? And then we can see... Then we can set the values to the values we see in one of the... either Akenar or Cirrus's journal. And see if anything happens. Alright. Let's see if this does it. My guess is that the worlds that their sons, Cirrus and Akenar, preferred is unique to their personality. I don't think we saw that fancy pattern coming down before, so maybe any combination will work. We can only hope. Okay, hang on. Is that... No, we can't see into Riven, but it's reacted. That suggests we're on the right lines. Alright. Notebook. Now I know how to read these tables. It's not so bad. Alright, so we have Akenar. Your table was cyan, blue, yellow, cyan, blue, yellow, white, max. Hang on, I should give these apertures different names, shouldn't I? Large, small, large, medium. Then we have 12, 9, 6, 2. Okay. Then we have Cirrus. Yours was... Yellow, pink, Blue cyan. Large, medium, small, medium. And we're going to have 10, 7, 4, 1. So that's why these were in descending order in both cases as you go down the column. Because they had to be because of how this device works. That makes sense. Okay. And Atus, if I've remembered your name correctly. I may not have done. We're pretty sure this is going to be for Riven. But it's only partially complete. We have yellow, blue, 12, 4, and we have medium. And quite a few values are missing, but I'm not going to attempt to determine what those values are at all until we are if those match up, then that actually would let us see into another one. Until we've looked into some other worlds. Okay. I'll write this one down. Unknown. We don't know who made this. Who discovered this lens set. Red. Yellow. Large. Small. Large, small, and it's 14, 10, 7, 4. So actually I have the combinations for at least 4 different books, it would seem. Maybe the rest are for the player to discover in their own time, if they're really keen. Alright, we have a lot of information now. Let's put in Akonars. So, at the top, we want... let's move all these down. That's going to make my life slightly easier. This needs to be 12. Good. How do I... Hello? I don't think the interface here works very well. There we go. 12. This should be cyan. Cyan. And it should be large, which I think it is. Is that large? How do I shift the size of the aperture? I've forgotten. How do I shift the size of the aperture? I was doing it earlier. Like that. I can't shift the size of the aperture for the top one. Are they all large? Alright. Probably all large. Okay. The 3 that I know are all large. It's only Riven that I don't know the value for, but okay. That seems plausible. Right, next we have 9. You should have a value of 9. You should have a small aperture. Is that the smallest aperture? I assume so. And you should be blue. Yes. Right, you need a value of 4. your aperture should be... No, sorry, I apologise, 6. Your aperture should be large, which I think you are. And you should be yellow. Okay. Now, you should have a value of 1. Height of 1, I should say. You need a medium aperture. And your colour should be white, which it is. Okay. Do I get a clue if it's working? That one's blank. Blank. Oh no, that was not blank. Nothing. Where'd I go wrong? 12, 9, 6, 2. 6, 2! That's where I went wrong. Alright, let's double check. 12, 9, 6, 2. Large, small, large, medium. I agree with all that. Cyan? Yes. Blue? Yes. Yellow? Yes. White? Yes. So this should work for one of them. Which one? I don't know. There! Channel wood. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. If that hadn't worked, then I would have had to have assumed it was something like, oh, we can't have any two combinations of coloured lights in the aurora. We need to, there's a specific 2 frequencies for each world and we don't know what it is. So Akana was looking at channel wood. Imagine, again, this game has VR support. Imagine watching this, looking at this in VR. That's clearly what this room was built for, I would suggest. Ah, oh, we did it. We solved one. Alright. Let's solve a second one then. Rightio. So, I'm still playing indeed. We're just, we're doing a final post-game challenge, or post-main game challenge. 1. I'm going to do this slightly differently to how I did it before. I'm going to change what, instead of trying to get one lens completely correct each time, I'm going to try and get one variable completely correct each time. So now all their heights should be correct. Next we want large, medium. Everything alright, Pikachu? Right, and now the colours. Those apertures should be correct. We want yellow, pink. Yellow. Pink. Blue. Blue, cyan. Okay. That's that done. So let me double check. 10741. Yes. Large, medium, small, medium. Large, medium, small, medium. Yes. Yellow, pink, blue, cyan. Yes. My guess is that this is going to go into Stone Ship, but I don't know. It did. Cirrus was looking at the Stone Ship age. I've just realised, because one of these books is blank, I think there's 5 books in total that could, in theory, be looked into. Yes. Oh, I bet the unknown one is Myst. Riven's obviously going to be the hard one to do. But what about... I don't know. We'll see. Hang on, 1, 2... Have I miscounted? Oh, there's 7 books in total. So there's 6 ages that could be looked into. I'm just surprised since it's nearly 1 AM for you. Yeah, the stream has gone late. I will grant you that. Isn't this beautiful, though? So that would let us look into another age. That's obviously the Riven one. Problem is, I don't think there are any other clues to other ones. We'd have to, like, trial and error it, which I'm not doing. Yes, it is beautiful. I mean the scenario. Okay, so this one's unknown. As in, I don't know who cracked this code. Which character, which fictional character in this game cracked this code, so I don't know who to attribute it to. So 141074. Then we want large, small. Large, small. And we want cyan, blue, red. Wait, what? There's no red? That must be pink then. And yellow. There we go. Don't know which world this is going to be. It's not going to be Riven. It's not mechanical. Oops. Oh, hello, Jenny. You're still awake too. Ooh. So that was it. It's the Selenitic. Alright, I'm very quickly going to do a once over of the areas we've already been. Could this be another solution? It could. Alright, let's see if I can solve this one. So we have large, small, medium, large. Large. Hang on. Wrote that in the wrong place. Large, small, medium, large. We have blue, pink, yellow, white. And the only remaining thing is to figure out the distances. That's... hang on. Do these exactly line up or not? I think that does. I think that's 7. That's 11. That's 14. What are you? You're 17. Okay, I think we have another solution here to look into another age. That's still going to leave me one age short though, which is odd. I'm off to scare Olivia while she plays spooky game. Okie dokie Pikachu. Have a nice time. 17. 14. 11. And 7. Okay. Large, small, no, large, small, medium. So you should be medium. Large. Now for the colours. Right, you're supposed to be blue. You're supposed to be pink. You're supposed to be yellow. And you're supposed to be white. There we go. I'm guessing this goes into the mechanical age if I had to get if I had to make a guess. It does. Look at that age. Ooh. Don't want to get too close. Fancy effect they did though. So the only thing that's bothering me now is the fact that I understand that they made the Riven one a puzzle. That makes perfect sense to me. But there's 2 left over that we could in theory do, I think. There's mechanical, selenitic, blank, which doesn't go anywhere. Myst. We don't have one for Myst. Got to go. Going to run some errands. W Strim. Take care, everyone, and love to you all. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Mike. Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. If you're interested, my streaming times will be as per usual, so I'll be live again on Monday. You take care. So as I say, there should be one more solution that we haven't... It seems like there should be one more solution that we just should have been just given, but haven't been just given, if that makes sense. Or at least I haven't found where the clue is. Or I've forgotten where it is. As opposed to one that we have to figure out through puzzling. I'm tempted to look up a hint. I don't want it to tell me what the solution is, I just want to know where I should be looking. You don't suppose it's in that note from Catherine, do you? That was a while back. Oh, it wasn't a note from Catherine, was it? That was something I read online that we'd find, but I don't think we ever did. That was just... the first volume of the Rime book. That was it. Which we found in Myst. On the island of Myst. Okay. I'm gonna look this up as a hint. Where to find the... Okay, Myst, Rime. How to find Myst Island lens parameters. I found a Myst hint guide, which is exactly what we're looking for. Now we want the Rime. They do have they have listed here the solution for Myst. Whereas the zigzag pattern on Myst Island, not what I'm looking for. So this hint page will just give you the straight up solution for looking at Myst Island, but it doesn't tell you where the hint is. Hit the lever to change the colour you want. Now into the room and read the journal if you want some info on this age. Take the elevator down to another room. On the table is a note from Catherine. Note the crystal shaped colour. Go to the viewer. Right. Okay. So you're saying the note in this room is from Catherine? That must be this note. That still doesn't tell me how to find... how I work out... That still doesn't tell me how I work out... the lens parameters to get to view Myst. Rime, hints and solutions. Lens crafters, colorblind help, stone ship, channel wood, selenitic mechanical mist. Hint 1. Didn't Atreus have some sort of lens contraption in his room in the middle of the shaft? That's probably it. That'll be what I missed. That'll be where the hint I'm looking for is in game. There we go. That wasn't working for some reason. I was just in here and I missed it. There it is. Oh, I feel dumb now. Okay, we can work this out. Height's actually going to be the difficult one for this. Atris. So, yellow, pink, blue, green. And it's going to be large, medium, large, small. But then the height is going to be a real pain to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Well, that is actually in range, just. So that's plausible. Although I notice there is one above it, which there shouldn't be. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Interesting. Why let me manipulate it like this? What's the point? Oh well. Doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, I think we can figure it out. It's possible we have an off by 1 error. But we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that when and if it turns out to be a problem. I'm also pretty certain this is going to be for Myst, which simplifies things a little bit, because I don't have to try and figure it out. Myst? Right, so 9. Hang on. 20. 17. 13. And 9. Now for the sizes. Large for the top one. Medium. Large. And small. Now for the colours. The colours are yellow at the top, followed by pink, which we've got, followed by blue, and finally green. I'm not 100% sure this is right, but we'll find out. Apparently it's wrong. That's okay. The most likely error is an off by 1 error. That I'm supposed to shift all these down by 1. Still nothing. Alright. Let me double check. We had large, medium, large, small. Yellow, pink, blue, green. I wonder if these have been randomized as well when I randomize the game. Probably. That would mean any solutions I saw online would not be accurate. Oh, is that white, not yellow? That's white. That would be the mistake. Wonderful. Right. So changes to white. Due to the fact that I'm not sure about the answer we had an off by 1 error, and that has been but I had already adjusted it, so let me update those values. So it's 19, 16, 12 and 8. Wonderful. So that's the 6th of the 7, no, that's the 5th of the 6 ages we can look into. And this is Myst, the island of Myst, the place we spent a lot of our time today, and the area the game is named for. Wonderful as it is. Oh, I think we're actually inside the boat thingamabob. In terms of our placement, I think we're exactly where the model ship would be, or hovering above it. Okay. Only one more to go then, and that's the Riven one. And so they made the Riven one harder. The clue for the Riven or the solution for the Riven lens parameters has been destroyed here, or partially destroyed, and they've made that really hard because you don't go to Riven until the next game in the series. And this wasn't in the original release of Myst, as I've said before. So this is like a massive... when they released the remake of Myst, they would have been teasing the remake of Riven and how beautiful it's going to be with this section. That's my suggestion. Okay. So I'm going to put in the parameters that we do know for certain, first of all. There are a bunch of parameters we don't know. That needs to be 12, and this needs to be 4. We know those two. As for where the others are in the middle, we don't know. This needs to be on medium. No, it doesn't. The one above it does. This needs to be on medium, and the top one is always large. And we know that the top colour is yellow. And we know that the one below it is blue. That's all we know right now. The other parameters are unknown. But we have these clues here that we can use to narrow things down. Mixed distance between the height and the top of the bottom cannot be greater than 11 steps. And does that narrow it down? No, not really. Not yet. It may do so. There may be other clues that narrow it down, but we don't know. No, it does narrow it down. It can't exceed 11 steps, so I know that the top one can't be higher than... It has to be less than... well, we're on 14. So we're on 4 on the bottom, so it has to be less than or equal to 15. And in fact, that does narrow it down, because we know the one below it is 12, and there's a limit to how close together lenses can be. I think that does actually tell us. I think it has to be 15. I think that's right. So I think, actually, for this one only, we have all the information. This one is correct. The others, we don't know so much. What's our next hint? To allow for neat diffraction, no two sequential lenses can have a matching iris size. Okay. Well then, we've got large and we've got medium, so you have to be small. The next one has to be small. This has to be small. This is now has to be correct. The other two we don't have much information about, but that one has to be correct, that one has to be correct. To compensate for its... Sorry, each lens colour frequency must be unique. Well, we knew that, but the issue is that there's still a bunch of possibilities. I know these two have to be different to each other, and they can't be yellow or blue. But that still leaves a lot of possibilities. If a lens sits between two small irises, it must be equal in distance to both. That's only relevant if the bottom one is small. If it were small, that would make the other one at a distance of 8. So here's the thing. The problem with that hint, specifically, is that it only kicks in a specific set of conditions that we don't know are the case. So if this was real life, that hint would be telling us nothing right now. But assuming that the developers wouldn't have put information on here which wasn't relevant to the solution, they didn't put in any red herrings, then that would tell me that this rule must be relevant, in which case it tells us a huge amount. Whether this rule is active right now or not, whether it applies to our situation, I should say, tells me a lot about what the solution has to be. Lens frequency must decrease in order as they get closer to the book. Okay. Or they can increase, but they have to be in order. That's a big deal. Okay, and we have the spectrum for this world here. So, yellow to blue is a big increase, and so it has to be cyan and green next. There's no other possibility. I think we've solved it. Again, if I'm wrong, it's because I have assumed that the developers wouldn't put any red herrings in. And therefore I've assumed certain conditions apply which may not apply. I think that has to be it. So let's see. I could be wrong. But I think this is going to give us a preview of the next game. Discover the secrets of the Rime Age. Here we are. This is one of the locations you visit in the next game. It is beautiful. And you'll note it's populated, unlike everywhere we've been this time. In this game, all the places you go to, some of them were populated, but, you know, the people were no longer around for one reason or another. We did it. We've completely finished the remake of Myst. Blimey. Oh, I'm happy with that. I am. Just have a celebratory save. And although I used a few hints tonight, which I found slightly suboptimal, to be honest, I didn't use a lot. It was mostly to just fill in for, you know, little things I'd missed. Not like what I mean is I didn't need hints doing reasoning. It was just, oh, I missed that there was I didn't realise that I had to complete this task before completing this other task, or I didn't notice that there was multiple drawers. I thought it was just 2 drawers and it was actually 6, that sort of thing. Rightio. Well, thank you for joining me, everyone. We'd better wrap up now. I hope you enjoyed that. I mean, if you did, let me know, and if you didn't, let me know, so I know not to do more stuff like this. I enjoyed it. As you can see, I'll be streaming again on Monday, and that'll be Lies of P. Wednesday, it says Myst there, but we finished Myst, so I guess I'll start Riven, unless people object. Friday will be Lies of P, and then Myst again, well, Riven, on the next Monday. I can almost guarantee we won't finish. We won't be able to finish Riven in one stream. That game's just too big. You're very welcome, Jenny. And I'm surprised you've stayed up. What was I stayed up so late. What was I thinking? If you enjoy these sort of cozy streams, well, I've already told you when I'm live, so there's no point for that. Thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everybody that lurked, and thank you to everybody that kept me company in chat. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I think we'll raid St. Jeezy. Good night, everybody.